So it's getting 10 o'clock, and I think people will continue to join, and I will start it. Welcome to Mansik Shakti Foundation. I'm Amrish Srivastava. We are meeting after a significant gap, but I'm happy to be back in month of July. Welcome to all the students, teachers, parents for whom this webinar come symposium has been organized. Before we request other speakers to begin their presentation, I have a couple of things to share with you, which is very important. The first that we have succeeded to convert ourselves from a group of people interested in students' mental health into a non-governmental organization, and that is registered as a Section 8 company registered under Government of India Companies Act 2013. So I must congratulate all those faculties and students, university students, teachers, vice chancellors, doctors, psychiatrists, those who have supported us in last 2 years and have understood our point of view, and they are with us. Thank you very much. The second is that we have also been able to make two significant advances. The first is starting in a very small manner, what is known as bridging the gap, starting some kind of service. Though I'm quite mindful that in every city there is someone or the other, a number of people who are practicing psychiatry, mental health, counseling, psychology, clinical psychology, educational psychology, etc., etc. But the feedback that we got that since we are running the webinars and creating awareness, people would very much appreciate if we have our own service, doesn't matter how minuscule it is. And we thank those people who advised us, and we thank everyone who has joined us in this initiative. So what I need to share with you is there is a email ID known as mansikshakti.counseling@gmail.com. I repeat, mansikshakti.counseling@gmail.com. If you send a request that you want a counseling session, we are very happy to announce that Neha Modi has joined us as a counselor. She is available and she takes up these calls. She will set up a virtual appointment and you can speak to her for a session of 30 minutes. That's one facility that we have been able to, uh, uh, it's in the trial phase. Let us see how this develops, how many people utilize it. And of course, we know that the national helpline 14416, that is Telemanus, is very much in action. And anybody needing any help, any student should always dial 14416. It's very, very important, and it's an important facility which Government of India has started, and we must thank Government of India for doing such an excellent job. The second service that we have requested a couple of young psychiatrists who are available with us, a set of 4 distinguished members of our community, and they have agreed to provide psychiatric consultation to college or university students whenever there is any need. And that also will be on email. The appointments can be set up on email till our website creates this facility, and they will be very happy to help. So we did not really want to repeat whatever experiments are going on, but it was a request and we thought, yes, maybe some students might appreciate it. So I'm here to introduce one of our, not only the first speaker, but someone who has joined our organization and taken the charge of dealing with students on the front line. She is Neha Modi, and she comes to us with a lot of experience in academic counseling for students, relationship and work-life balance, issues of stress, anxiety, and adjustment. She is now the face of our organization for students. And I take this opportunity to formally welcome Neha and thank you very much for being coming to this family. She is going to talk to all of you today on an important topic of anxiety. Let me tell you that there are a number of challenges in students' life, but what is more interesting is that all the challenges present with mental symptoms, with psychological symptoms. You get worried, you lose your sleep, you eat more or eat less, and you start becoming anxious, pacing up and down. Whether it is a financial problem or a problem with your parents, problem with your books, problem with academia, whatever is the problem. The first symptom which appears is distress, worry, tension, and feeling uncomfortable. So she's going to talk to you in a minute about what kind of anxiety these students face, what they can do and what they should do, how to recognize and how to deal with them. So Neha, over to you now. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity. And I'm grateful to you and to Mansik Shakti for bringing up such a beautiful platform for youngsters, our teenagers, our students to come here and speak uh, their heart out, which is not possible everywhere. So, this space that we have created at Mansik Shakti, I would like to take this opportunity to give a little brief about what I am experiencing here, being with Sir consistently, although he has definitely introduced what Mansik Shakti is, but I would still like to take this opportunity and go ahead and inform all our viewers, everyone connected to us, that what exactly and how life is when we meet people here in Mansik Shakti. So, the space that he has created consistently, I'm seeing him day in and day out working very, very rigorously, very, very hard, not even paying attention probably to his own health, and just consistently running up and down to create that safe space for our students, to create that constant support that anybody would need in these challenging times. So I welcome everyone, whoever ever wants to come here and talk about their mental health, or just have a space where you can open up and talk about yourself. You will always find us here. So feel free. And thank you so much again, uh, Srivastav sir. So I would just like to share my screen. So just give me a moment.
You can share your, yes, the slides, Yeah, that's good.
Sure.
Looks good.
I hope it is available.
Yeah, it
I
is
mean
okay.
it is we yeah, okay. So anxiety is a very, very broad term and something that has very loosely been used these days. To I'm seeing many people, I'm seeing many clients who have come and spoken about anxiety as a huge problem in their lives. And yes, anxiety is something which we all face somewhere or the other, sometime or the other. But coming to the space and coming to the topic that we have planned today, anxiety specifically in students' life. Lots of challenges we all know that students are facing. So let me introduce this beautiful topic where you can not only know, you can not only understand what anxiety exactly is, but at the same time, you will even understand what are the symptoms which you are facing. What is it that happens to you? And how do you really manage? How do you go out of it? How do you move towards it? And what can you do for it? So, this webinar aims to understand what anxiety is, what are its common symptoms, and what are the strategies. As I said, we will be talking about it. Okay. So there are many problems which students are facing these days. Let's have a little look at what exactly happens when it comes to students. So there are a lot of pressures, a lot of expectations from family, a lot of peer pressures. When you enter the college, when you are new to college especially, there is a lot of fear, a lot of uh, worry sort of a thing, that oh, what will happen, will I be able to really make friends, will I be able to have that bonding with people that I had in my school time, will my teachers understand me, will I have the enough support, Will I be able to prove my parents and the family and the extended people around me in terms of my career? So these are some of the worries, the relationship challenges, the anxiety, the test, the results. There are so many stresses which are going on around us. Sometimes it is even the financial condition, it's even the health. So we will see each one of them in a little deeper manner in the future slides. So allow me to take you ahead. So let's understand firstly what anxiety exactly is. You can see here Mr. Worry. So yes, it is Mr. Worry, it is Miss Worry, whoever it is. So what exactly happens is, so anxiety is just a word that we describe for the feeling of unease, worry, and fear, and it has lot of sensations on our body, on our physical self, on our emotional self, and also on our thoughts. Lot of times we have thought processes which we tell ourselves, will I be able to do this? What if I can't find my good friends in the college? What if I am unable to prove myself? So there are a lot of what if that happens, right? So such thoughts and sometimes the tremors that we face all the time. So why that it is important to study anxiety, to understand what anxiety is, because we all are facing these days anxiety. So anxiety is normal when sometimes it is like, you just have a little palpitation, little higher, your hands are going chilled, you have a little wave in your stomach, a little sensation in your stomach just before an interview, just before a test, or just before a presentation. So this type of fear or worry is normal. It's not something which is a major crisis. But when is anxiety really a problem? When should we have that alarm stage that, oh, I have to take a help, or I have to seek support, and I have to go and speak to somebody? So there is this emotional feeling of overwhelm where you feel completely devastated. You feel that everything is out of control. I am unable to handle my own self, and it affects your daily routine, it affects your performance negatively. Although you're trying your best to study, you're trying your best to support, although you're trying your best to go and make that presentation, or take a move to have a relationship conversation with your friend, or out about your heart with your teachers or your parents. You have that immense of wish, but you are unable to because of certain thoughts or because of certain unavoidable emotions, right? So anxiety is something, as I said, which stops us from doing the normal things which we could have done. And when anxiety is too much, when it's overwhelming, it can even last for a longer duration, and it can create a panic attack. So that is the time. And what exactly happens in panic attack, what happens in anxiety, we will see those symptoms also. So anxiety is not short lived, it is a very long lasting thing. It can, as I said, affect your daily routine. You don't even want to get out of your bed sometimes. You don't even want to go and meet a friend, or even the strangers that come at home, the uninvited guest that comes at home, you don't want to see them sometimes, right? So this is all what happens when it comes to anxiety. And we see ourselves all the time worried, all the time really worried about things. So there are some symptoms that happens on your body. We experience it on our body. So as I said, it is rapid heart rate, which is like, you actually feel that, oh, my heart is really beating faster. You have that breathing which is very heavy. You have sweat sometimes, or you go chill sometimes. You have stomach upset. You have to There are people who come to me and tell me that, Neha, whenever I have to travel, I have to go out, then I have to go to the washroom first. Until I do not go to the washroom, I can't move out of my house or wherever I have to go. Or during the presentation, or while talking to somebody, we always see our body being trembling, we are shaking, or we want to say so many things but we are unable to speak. So these are some of the physical symptoms, right? Also you see lump in the throat, you shake a lot, there is a numbness, there is a muscle tensions in your body, and you always want to escape, which means that you just want to move out of that space. You just feel like escaping, you just feel like running out of that situation, right? So take some moments to think while you are listening this. How do you feel? How can you connect? How can you relate? Right? There are some symptoms that happens in our mind also experiences. So what are they? You feel so stressed that you just can't relax, right? You feel so nervous. You are always on the edge. You are always on the eggshells. You are always wondering that will I be able to complete this? Will I be able to do this? So you are completely all the time just stressed and panic. You just see yourself all the time hassling and running with things here and there. And finally, things become so overwhelming that you procrastinate. Procrastination is one of the biggest symptom. There are many clients, many students who come to me and tell me that, ma'am, I really want to study. I know the importance of it, but I'm unable to. And the reason is I keep procrastinating because I am scared. The underlying reason behind procrastination is anxiety, because you are very fearful about the results that you're going to face, because there is a constant thought inside our head which goes on, will I be able to survive, will I be able to prove myself, right? So this all things are something which our mind creates. We can't really think clearly, we can't focus, we can't concentrate. Sometimes it happens that you are in the conversation with somebody, with one of your friend or your teacher or at college, anywhere, in the relationship also it happens that we are talking to somebody and the partner says or the friend says that, hey, where are you here or are you in your own dream world? So yes, it happens that you are not in the present moment because you are always thinking in the future tense or in the past tense, right? So this is some of the things that happens a lot. You also can't take decisions effectively. You find yourself always and always worried, will I be able to do things? So because of that, decisions are something which you can't really take. What are some of the behaviors? So we saw symptoms on the body, we saw symptoms on the mind, and now we are seeing symptoms on the behavior, right? So poor sleep, if you are experiencing yourself not being able to sleep well, you scrolling unnecessarily on the social media these days, it's happening a lot, that whenever you feeling anxious, whenever you feel fearful or worried, you just want to distract your attention, and to distract your attention, what you do is you want to escape. And escapism is something which you want to distract either through alcohol, through substance abuse. You want to avoid all those emotions that's coming to you, so you distract yourself in the social media. But let me tell you, all these things are just temporary relief. You will definitely see yourself constantly still having that cycle, that it's like, you are numbing your emotions for some time, you are silencing it for some time, but again it pops up, again it pops up. Just you're trying to silence it through some distractions, but again it pops up. So these are some of the symptoms. You have a lot of academic pressure, and so you want to give up. There are times when people are so much into the stress that uh, they lose their pleasure, the activities which they used to really love, enjoyed once, they lose that interest and you start avoiding people. You are so much overeating or you are not eating at all, right? So these are few of the symptoms which are behavioral, right? You have intense fear or anxiety about social situations. So it's called as social anxiety, where you want to meet people, where you want to talk to people internally, but at the same time you are afraid of being judged. You are afraid of always having that. You always have that thought: what if people say this about me? What if people think this about me? So you always want to look good. You always want to appear good. You always want to do good. And in that pressure is nothing but anxiety. In that pressure you always and always try for the people pleasing personality. People pleasing personality is nothing but not saying no, not having boundaries. There are things which you don't want to say yes for. Sometimes our friends are pressurizing us to go somewhere or do something, or maybe there are some friends who are insisting on going and doing some substance abuse and all these things, but you are unable to say no because you want to fit into that space. That's again a social anxiety where you are scared, you are worried of uh, not being able to accept by the people around us. And sometimes you have the opposite, complete opposite, where you are not sure if people will accept you. And just because of that fear, you tend to lose interest in meeting people. You tend to avoid people, right? So these are some of the situations which are social anxiety. As It's as the picture is very well saying, you want to hide from unexpected visitors. Social anxiety is so strong. I'm sure people here must have definitely experienced this sometime or the other. And overthinking is one of the biggest symptom. You constantly are overthinking about things. Your tummy is nervous, as we discussed a little earlier. And you also, I have also seen and been told by my clients that, I don't want to answer certain calls, I avoid certain calls. So are you finding yourself that all these symptoms which are portrayed here, which are displayed here, find yourself, ask yourself, what is it that I can relate to right now? Because this webinar does not only intend to give information, but at the same time, maybe somewhere we can help you to connect with your own self is the aim, where you can understand that what's happening exactly to me. Hey, is it that I hate appointments? Or hey, is it that I am avoiding some events? Or is it that I am having a lot of overthinking and procrastination? Am I doing all these things? So it's important to question yourself while you're watching this. So as per the result and as per the research been done, uh, and this is something I guess which is absolutely important for parents to know this, or guardians to know this, of the adolescents or teens, where what happens when it's mental health issue. How can you understand that, oh, my child or oh, my teenager needs care right now? How would you know that this is something which is an alarming stage? So there are frequent comments about being worried or anxious is something which the adolescents keep on talking about. They are moody, extremely moody, right? They have interactions with the family has been decreased, the drops in the grades, change in sleep pattern, change in eating patterns they want to avoid, or they are too much into social media. So this is the research been done. Yeah. And also the college students who are experiencing anxiety is 80%, which is too high, right? And unfortunately, the support that they require is not as much as ideally it should. So the gap is quite large. So whenever you see your teenager or people around you who really need that support, feel free to connect with us at Mansik Shakti, or there are many other uh, insightful and many other resources or many other places where you can connect, right? Yeah, so the main age, the onset of anxiety starts, as you can see, right from 3 to 5 years age, which is too young. And it goes on, and the highest pace that you can see here is 18 to 60 years of people who are undergoing anxiety, lot of anxiety. So there are reports which says that 63% of students every year feels overwhelming anxiety. They are unable to deal with it. They're facing these challenges, and 23% were actually taking treatment. As I was talking about the gap, this is the huge gap, right? Also, when it says that social anxiety is something which is highly common, and 1 in 3 adults, young adults, the teenagers, the adolescents that we are talking about, are facing this. So how anxiety works, it's very important to understand that what exactly happens. We already know the symptoms, we already understand that what exactly happens. Let us also try and understand that how exactly anxiety works, what is the mechanism, what is the situation that happens. Okay. So suppose this is the situation, the trigger that we spoke about. So the example that I am trying to portray, give here is, suppose you are new admission in this university, new person going to the college for the first time, and the thoughts. So what are the thoughts? So this is the situation. Anxiety is exactly working this way. First is the situation. We always feel that because it is a new year, I am feeling worried. Because my friends are not talking to me, I am feeling anxious. Because, so we always are connecting our emotions with the situation. But ideally, what happens is, and what really the fact is, so situation is something which never ever, mind you, gives this feelings of anxiety or sadness or worried. It's not because of the situation, but there is this one particular factor which is the most important reason to for us to feel this. So what is it? It's the thoughts. So let's see this example. You are a new admission in this university, and what are some of the thoughts that usually comes to us which is automatic? Will I be able to make friends? Will people like me? What if I am bullied? What if I can never make friends? Will I be able to score well and make my parents proud? And there are many such thoughts which goes on in any of us. And specifically the ones who are entering the new university with lots and lots of thoughts, right? So when such thoughts are being created, what happens is it gives rise to the emotions, to the feelings. So what are such feelings? Upset, worried, scared, pressured, overwhelmed, sad, unhappy, and it can differ from person to person. So what you can do at this moment while you are watching this is you can create your own example. Think of yourself. Consider that what is it that is the situation, what sort of emotions I'm feeling, and what sort of thoughts are the reasons that I'm feeling this emotionally, right? And when you are feeling things, you can also experience the sensations on your body, on your physical self, as we discussed prior, that there is always the symptoms, right? So sweaty palms, faster heartbeats, breathlessness, nausea. You just want to keep going to the washroom again and again. So there are many such reasons which you need to just look out for, right? And what exactly happens when the thoughts are racing, when there are too many thoughts which are coming up? What happens exactly is this is the fight and flight freeze mode, fight, flight, or freeze mode that happens in our brain. So we go numb, or we want to fight, or we want to just run away from the situation, right? And the chemical that is induced is adrenaline or cortisol. So this is something which is very chemical. Just we always say there is some chemical locha that's happening inside. So yes, there is. Okay. And what sort of behavior do we display when we are experiencing, we are worried and we have such thoughts? What exactly are we then behaving as? So either we get angry because we can't handle our emotions, either we want to prefer to stay alone, either we avoid all the interactions, or either we are over friendly and over giving to people because I want to fit into the crowd. As I said, I overgive. I always find myself doing things extra. I don't know what boundary is. I don't know what self care is because I just want to fit in. Because I always have this worry. I always have this fear that what if? What if is something which, if it is constantly going on in your head, then it's an alarming, it's a sign that you need to understand that I am too much into overthinking and I have to do something for it. Okay, so let's move further. So now there are some strategies uh, that the way you can handle your anxiety. So what I'm going to do is right now I'm just going to help you understand what each one of them mean and how can you help yourself. But having said that, it doesn't mean that if you are feeling something really high and if things are really going out of your control, you don't have to always keep trying by yourself. Feel free to connect to people, to seek professional help. Okay, so these are some of the common strategies and very effective one though. So learn mindfulness skill. Now what it is, I will definitely help you understand in the coming slides. These are some of the things where you have to learn to think realistically and learn to confront the situation by taking small and little steps, moving from small to the bigger one. Okay, and adopt an anti anxiety lifestyle. So, you also sometimes need medications along with it. So, once you seek professional help, I'm sure from case to case, you will be guided. Okay, so now let's see each one of them. What exactly mindfulness mean? We've often seen in the reels, probably you are often seeing in the social media, you are often hearing from people around you, mindfulness. What exactly it means? Mindfulness is nothing but being in the present, because remember, anxiety takes you in the future or takes you in the past, right? And mostly it is the future. So what exactly are we doing in this mindfulness is we are training our brain to be in the present moment. For example, I'm sitting here at this moment. What I'll do is I'll simply observe my room. What all things are there in my room? Say, for example, I can see a TV, I can see the switchboard, I can see the lights, I can see the fans, I can see the drawers, I can see the cupboards, the cabinets, the color, the texture, the AC. every small little thing. So I just have to pay attention to every small details happening around me. So there are sensations in the body that's happening. There are noises that I can hear around me. The smells probably I can take right now. I can smell things around me. So all these things where you can be in the present moment is called mindfulness. So there are some things which are given here. Uh, Plant, like you just grow a plant and you nurture your plant, where you are seeing it beautifully, you are feeling the texture. If suppose you are eating, then you are understanding that what is it that I am taking, how is the texture of it, is it hard, is it soft, is it liquidy, how is it I'm eating, so how is the taste. So being in the present moment is taking a note of every small little thing that you are doing or you are seeing around you at this moment. Okay, so these are some of the activities that you can do. You can walk, you can just simply gaze around, or the beautiful one more technique is where you are just sitting, whether you are comfortable closing your eyes or not closing your eyes, it's absolutely okay. But you start breathing in deeply. You breathe deeply through your belly, and you through your nose, breathe in and exhale through your mouth. So this is a lovely technique where you are just focusing on your in and out breaths. Okay, so mainly it's talking about being in the present. There is again one more thing that you can do is mindfulness meditation. Now what exactly it means? What you do is you set an alarm for 5 minutes. And why do you set an alarm? uh, I would also suggest all the other notifications needs to be off while you're doing this. So set a timer for 5 minutes, and as I said, you just have to concentrate on your breath in and out, in and out. So while you're doing it, definitely there will be a lot of thoughts coming in, and that's okay. See, while we are sleeping, or while we are uh, taking the breaths in and out, or while we are closing our eyes and just sitting, all the other organs of our body are still functioning, right? The heart is functioning, the digestive system is functioning, the livers, the kidneys, everything is functioning. Similarly, our brains will also function. So it's okay if you have lots of thoughts. Only thing is, keep a note of it and bring your mind back to the in and out breaths that you are taking. Okay, so this is a lovely technique. Again, you must try. Now, what is realistic thinking? We saw that there are few of the strategies. One of them was mindfulness. Now we are going to talk about realistic thinking. So realistic thinking basically talks about letting go of our tendency to react. There is often times that we are seeing that our parents say something, oh, why don't you go and study, say for example, and we are just reacting, how much should I study, or no, I don't want to study right now. So there is a constant immediate reaction that comes out of us. So now why does that come is not only because of anxiety, it can happen because of various reasons, which eventually once you observe yourself or seek some help, you will understand, right? So basically, realistic thinking is also trying to say that there are some automatic thoughts that happen. The example that we spoke about in this, the immediate thoughts that comes, instant thoughts that comes. So it will help in this also, where you are automatically having the negative thoughts or unhelpful thoughts, I would name it as, rather than negative, that there are thoughts that are unhelpful to us, they do not really help us, they are unproductive in nature. So the automatic unproductive thoughts that comes, this realistic thinking will control it, will help to automatically divert it, and you will create new thought process, right? It also helps us to slow down. It allows us to take that space before reacting. Okay. So, how do you develop this? As I said, simply pay attention to the way you are talking to yourself. What do you mean by talking to yourself? Is exactly this. These are the thoughts, the automatic thoughts. So, when we are having such thoughts, you will constantly see your mind. If you observe, if you take a little break and understand and sit with yourself, there is a constant chattering that goes inside our brain. And that is nothing but the self talk. Okay, so you just have to observe, keep a note of your self talk. What exactly are you talking to yourself? Because as I said, the thoughts, the self talk creates that emotion of anxiety. So if you are taking care of that self talk, you will definitely feel something different and not feel that anxious created emotions, anxiety created emotions. Okay, so you just have to understand what are the thoughts. Ask yourself, what am I thinking right now? whether it is making me feel anxious or not. What am I worried will happen? What bad things do I expect to happen? So these are some of the questions that you can ask yourself. Okay. So when we talk about realistic, you have to actually sit and understand that whether I'm having these unhelpful thoughts, whether I'm telling myself that it will never happen, I can't do it, I'm so scared, nobody is going to like me, I will not be able to perform well, I am somebody who is a failure, I can't do this. Am I using such statements for myself? Or is it that I am telling myself it will happen? Am I using a productive statement instead? How is the self talk, the quality of it, right? So if you are into this space of positive thinking, or I would suggest helpful statements that you're talking to yourself, so you just have to pay attention what exactly are you doing. So that's called realistic check. Okay. So here you can also see that you're understanding what is your you're creating that goal for yourself, you're understanding what's exactly are your obstacles, what is it that you want to do, what is it that you want to achieve, what is the information that you can gain, what all points you can gather, and finally what are the changes you need to do, and how can you actually reach your goal. Okay, so some of the plannings, all these things comes into realistic thinking, where you are sitting with yourself, analyzing helpful thoughts, unhelpful thoughts, and creating the goals for yourself. Okay, which will help you to not only reduce the anxiety, but the thoughts that are created, that's creating the anxiety, it will help you to reduce them, and eventually with the consistent practice that you will do, it will just disappear. And this is not something which is 1 day or 2 days job. If you really want to work on yourself and your anxiety, seek professional help, and at the same time, if you're following some of these strategies, then it has to be absolutely consistent. Okay, so this is something which ideally we use for the anxiety, where you are noting down the situation that we did in our previous example. This one, where you're noting down the situation, we are noting down the thoughts that comes, and the emotion that comes, and what is the new thought that you want to give to yourself. Okay. And the other part that we spoke about, that facing your fears slowly and gradually. Okay, not something which is like, suppose if I'm worried to go and speak to somebody, or suppose if I'm worried that what if I fail in my exams, I will not be able to perform, or there is some other anxiety created situation, or suppose if you are constantly into the worry that will I be able to make new friends. So you don't have to go directly and meet the group of people, you can just meet one person, just introduce one person individually, one on one. Sometimes we have a lot of fear talking in front of the group. We are not somebody who is good with the group, but we are definitely fine with one on one conversations with people. So yeah, you can definitely do that. Have one on one conversation first with people, try doing that first. So that's a small fear probably that you can overcome, that you can win, can achieve that goal. Then set another goal where you are meeting two people at the same time, then three people, then probably a group. So that's how you go. That's what it is called, facing your fears in the graded exposure, right? Now how do you exactly do? Let me take one example. As I said earlier, so suppose there is a presentation that you want to give. So aim is you be able to deliver the presentation confidently and well. This is the aim, for example. So what exactly do you need to do stepwise? If you can see, the numbering is 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you are starting from this one. What do you do? Practice by giving my presentation aloud to myself in the room. So first it is only myself, and I'm doing it aloud, maybe seeing in the mirror, and I'm just giving that presentation to myself. Then you probably the second step is that you practice it giving to a friend, or maybe your parents, or maybe some neighbor whom you really know, whom you are really friendly with. Okay. The third step can be that you practice it giving to few friends, more than one, two, three, or four, right? So you are slowly and gradually increasing the intensity of facing that fear. Okay. Then eventually what happens is, the next step that you can do is, you familiarize yourself in the room where the session will be held. Like suppose you know that it's a college and there is this hall that we are going to have the presentation, or in the classroom that we're going to have the presentation. Then you just in your mind close your eyes and just bring all the images of your room, visualize the entire room, or even if possible you can physically go and be there for some time in that room when it is completely empty. Okay, so you can just be familiarized with the room. That's what it means. Then practice reading it out loud to myself in the room. So once you enter in that room, probably you are saying it loud to your own self, right? Because sometimes it is not only people, sometimes it is even the place that gives us that anxiety, and that's okay, right? And finally, you can what you can do is practice giving it to a few friends in the room, in the same room. Maybe you can ask your colleagues or your friends or your classmates to sit there, and in that room you are talking it loud. Okay, so this is how you can slowly and gradually work on your fear, on your anxiety. So keep practicing, maintain the gains that you have made. What it means is, if you have tried to win over this presentation fear, then keep maintaining the style of it. Keep understanding that this is what works for me. And when you do it, reward yourself. It's extremely important that you appreciate yourself. You tell yourself, because it helps you to gain that confidence. And you will not be uh, fearful again for the same thing, at least again, right? If you reward yourself. And the last but not the least, the lifestyle that we maintain is again extremely important. How we are going to have the anxiety intensity of anxieties, right? So you have to take care of your diet, what you are eating, how you are eating, what time are you eating. Are you eating something which is like, you're not really hungry but you're overeating because of the stress? Have a proper note whether you are really hungry or you're not, or are you just constantly eating because of the stress. Develop a good sleep pattern. Fix a time, fix a routine for your sleep, and try and avoid social media or phones at least 2 hours prior you are sleeping. Instead, you can read a book, or instead you can write something, journal something, talk to your people around in your family. So regular physical exercise is something which helps to burn the hormones of anxiety, right? And all these things are researched. You can definitely use them without any fears. Be careful about caffeine, the intake of caffeine, right? Alcohol, smoking, and drugs, because they don't really help. They just give a temporary relief, and you feel that, oh, it is working. But it's also spoiling the organs inside, it's also spoiling your thinking mechanism, right? So be careful. And relaxation skills that we have spoken about, the mindfulness we just spoke about. So you can try doing yoga, move your body in a certain way. As I said, exercise, walk, all these things are really helpful. And work towards having a really balanced life. Okay. And moreover, I would suggest, anytime, any moment you feel that things are going out of my control and I'm worrying too much and it's affecting me and my entire schedule, my entire daily routine, or I am wanting to do certain things but I am not able to achieve those goals, then feel free to seek help. Don't prolong it, right? Thank you so much for being here, for listening to me, and for understanding about what anxiety is. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you. So wonderful and very simplified presentation. And I'm sure people who listen, this is all this material is going to be posted on our YouTube channel. So I'm sure there will be a lot of people who will have direct access to your opinion, your advice. Let me a little bit add that we all are born with anxiety. If we go back to Sigmund Freud, that's one fact. The second fact is anxiety is an extremely important psychological function. It allows you to grow. And let me say, my viewers, that this bell shaped curve for anxiety, for certain degree of performance, certain degree of anxiety is necessary. But when somebody crosses the threshold, the performance goes down, the behavior becomes poor, and the self control is out of action. So it's an important aspect to know. There, I'm sure there will be more and more discussion about anxiety, because the question which students will ask, that when is the time that somebody having symptoms of anxiety should consult somebody like you? Uh, in the standard answer to such question is that people always try to help themselves if they are able to identify. So procrastination is part of the life. We'll do it today, we'll do it tomorrow, because it is not affecting their life in the manner that they can appreciate. It is affecting their life for long-term course. And the first thing which goes out of hand is performance. Performance, whether it is in your job, in your academia, in your workspace, in your relationship, whatever you are performing, whether you are a sports person, anxiety is the first spoiler of your performance. So everybody should be very careful. In order to wait for anxiety symptom, it is important to focus on mental health development and not allow anxiety symptoms to appear. And this is the time I'm going to call upon, thank you, Nia, call upon my second speaker. She's somebody very bright, very young, Manjishta Datta. She's from King George's Medical University, where she has been a PhD scholar, and she would be soon joining other university. I'm very happy that she has joined Manshik Shakti Foundation as a research scholar and is involved in all the activities of research and innovation that we are doing. It's data analysis, writing projects, taking the innovations so further. So Manjishta, welcome on board. And she is going to talk to you about from where I left, what is mental health development and how you can maintain a good mental health. Welcome. Over to you, Manjishta.
Thank you, sir. I'll just start by sharing my screen. So we at Mansik Shakti look at youth mental health from a very holistic perspective, where we're not only looking at eliminating mental disorders, but also inculcating certain positive aspects which safeguard us from these mental disorders and also help us develop a good quality of life. That is where self-development comes in. When we talk about self-development, it's important to understand what is self. Self includes various things: how we see ourselves, how we perceive ourselves, whether we think we're worthy or not, whether we think we're competent or not, which social groups do we associate ourselves with, and so on and so forth. In such a circumstance, developing ourselves, simply put, will be growing or improving our qualities and abilities. There are certain strategies to develop one's self awareness, talents, potential, skills, and abilities, which contribute to our self development. When we're talking about self development, it's important to understand that successful development is not eliminating risky behavior such as substance use, risky use of social media, gambling, etc. It's not just eliminating those risky behaviors, but also a successful development of positive attributes that enable youth to reach their full potential as productive and engaged individuals. So self-development can be seen through 5 C's where we thrive: caring, where we care for other people in our lives; competence, where we are confident that we can do certain things, we have the skills and abilities to perform; confidence, that we have the confidence to face the challenges in our lives; connections, we have certain good bonds with people around us; and character, that we have certain values and principles by which we live. When we accumulate all of these 5 C's, we look at contribution to our society. Self-development is the key to mental health, which is why it's important to focus on it. And it's not only a key to mental health, but also contributes to education and career development, which is why it becomes extremely important for youth. Mental health is more than just the absence of mental disorders, as I just said. It exists on a complex continuum. It doesn't mean that we have to be diagnosed with depression or anxiety. It can also be regular stress or inability to perform very productively at college that can affect our mental health altogether. So to optimize positive mental health, we address certain positive mental health attributes, and that helps us safeguard ourselves from the stress, anxiety, depression, and other various mental problems. There is importance of self-development in mental health and also education and career development, because it increases resilience and adaptability, increases productivity and performance. It betters our interpersonal relationships and increases self-confidence and self-efficacy. Whether we are in any field, whether we are aiming to become a doctor, an army officer, or an engineer, whatever our aim is, these qualities are very essential for career development holistically. There are various factors for self-development which we will be looking at now. We will be looking at what are these factors and how do we actually build them. Starting with environmental factors, these are external factors, and they are important because, as we say, no man's an island. We live in an environment which affects us, and we in turn affect that environment as well. We go by the theory of Bronfriend Brenner, where he says that we live in this ecosystem. There is an ecological perspective where we affect our family affects our school, peers, religious affiliations, etc. And all of these in turn affect us as well. So to take an example, if there is an individual, a child, who is born in an unstable family environment from a lower socioeconomic status, has not got very good education, and lives in an unstable political system, then that individual might have lesser positive mental health attributes which can safeguard him or her. On the other hand, if there is an individual who comes from a much more stable family, from a higher socioeconomic status, and has had a very good schooling throughout their life, and also lives in a stable political environment, then they tend to have better positive mental health attributes which contribute to their holistic growth. The first major factor that affects, which is environmental, is the maternal health. Maternal health has been seen to affect intergenerational which has been seen to have intergenerational effects. Globally, in women childbearing age, depression accounts for the largest proportion of burden associated with mental or neurological disorders, which are further transmitted to children. So it's not only the mother's health, but it also gets translated across generations. Children of mothers who are depressed are at a risk for poor health, developmental problems, behavioral problems, and this contributes to intergenerational disadvantages because we're already putting the child at a disadvantage with respect to its peers. So what can we do about it? We can first start by good family planning. It is important that parents are prepared to take the responsibility of child and also have planned finances so that they can actually contribute to good rearing practices and help the child grow in a better way. Second is to develop a plan. It is important to be informed of the best child rearing practices and also plan for certain contingencies. It is extremely important to provide a positive environment where the mother is in a good state of mind, there is stability in the environment, and there is no added stressor. It is also important to focus on improving overall health, where we talk about regular physical activity, eating healthy, getting adequate sleep, getting the ongoing preventive care, and especially abstaining from any of the substances like tobacco, alcohol, marijuana, etc. It is also important that we promote positive involvement of men because that provides a sense of support and also helps in collective decision making, which puts both the parents together. And lastly, it's also important to attend healthcare appointments. The next important environmental factor is childhood adverse events. These events have been extremely associated with various mental health outcomes. Children with adverse childhood events have been seen to be depressed, anxious, they might develop some personality disorders or have substance abuse, obesity, etc. These childhood adverse events can be of various types. First is abuse, which can exist in an emotional form where we there is some manipulation of the child, or the child is scolded too much or is abused emotionally in various other ways. There is physical abuse, beating the child, etc., and sexual abuse. There can also be a neglect, which can be emotional, not listening to the child's emotions, not addressing them, or even physical, where the child does not get enough food, nurturance, etc. And very common is the household dysfunction, where we look at domestic violence. So we look at battered mothers, parental discord or divorce, mental illness in the household substance abuse, and incarcerated household members. All of these factors are extremely associated with negative mental health outcomes, which makes it extremely important to safeguard our children from all of this so that it doesn't lead to negative mental health outcomes or mental disorders. The next important factor, which is related to adverse childhood events, is the family environment. It is not necessary that there is an adverse or dysfunctional family environment only that affects the children. It can also be a family environment which is not very nurturing, which can affect the child's mental health and can also lead to depression, anxiety, substance use, etc. These effects persist even into young adulthood. Hence, it's important to develop a positive family environment in which the child feels loved, supported, and cared for. There are gestures of physical affection. There is some organization and management in the household. There is parental monitoring, which is not the same as parental control. Parental control is a little more intrusive. Parental monitoring is more on the guidance side, where parents are aware of what their children are doing and they can also guide them towards a better life. There is a feeling of being understood by the family members. The child is able to discuss the worries and confide in others. There is time and attention which is provided to each family member, and the child can feel that there is some parental effort that is being made. How can we develop this? The first is to actually encourage more sharing of thoughts and feelings openly without judgment. The second is to set boundaries and expectations. It is not necessary only to pamper the child always. It is also important to have certain boundaries and expectations so that the child is informed as to what is right and what is probably not the best way to live. And these boundaries further help the child develop certain values and expectations of themselves. Third is to promote understanding, which is to try and understand others' perspectives, even if they are different from our own. This is very much related to cognitive flexibility, which we will talk about later. But it is important that we develop this understanding, which makes us more adaptive so that we understand different perspectives and are not too rigid in our own ideas. And the fourth is to resolve conflicts. It is extremely important to resolve conflicts by discussing them and being respectful about it. Instead of blaming each other or fault finding in each other, we can always focus on the situation and the problem that the situation holds and come up with various solutions which are beneficial for everybody. The next important environmental factor is social connections. As we saw even in the last presentation, that social connections are important. If there are individuals who have smaller social networks, fewer close relationships, and perceive a lesser adequacy of social support, they tend to develop more depressive symptoms. It is not just about how many people we have, it is also about the quality of connections that we build with them. The perceived availability of functional support buffers the effects of stress by enhancing an individual's coping abilities. It is about having that sense of support that the individual can deal with certain challenges, even if they are extremely difficult, because there are certain people who are in the background supporting them. It is extremely important for children to have that sense of support. And this degree of integration into a social network has a direct effect on well-being regardless of the presence of stressful circumstances. So even if there is no stress, it becomes very important for our well-being to have a good integrated social network. When it comes to youth, it is not just the family environment, but also the peer and even the teachers with whom certain social connections can be made. And a good bond with our peers or teachers can be very beneficial for the well-being of students. So what can we do about that? First, it's important that parents encourage friendships and take interest in the child's social life. If there are way too many restrictions placed on children, it becomes difficult for them to engage with other people. And that is counterproductive in a lot of ways. Instead, it is probably more important to take an interest in the child's social life, where the parents are aware of the kind of individuals the child is associating himself or herself with, and further guide the child in a manner in which the child develops better bonds with people who are more positive for the child. The second is that children can develop social skills, which involve nonverbal skills, verbal skills, and even assertiveness, because it's important that children are also able to put their stand forward without really being apprehensive of what they're thinking. It is also important to find friends with common interests so that there can be a collective growth. And it's most important to find substance in friendship instead of just fun. Fun is good, fun is really important, but a good social network mostly involves being able to share our emotions, our problems, and finding some help around us. The next few factors that we'll talk about are individual factors. These are internal factors, but like we said earlier, it's not just the individual. The individual is affected by the environment, and the environment in turn affects the individual as well. So we'll be seeing various ways in which the environment can facilitate these individual factors, and how the individual or the youth themselves can also inculcate certain positive habits to inculcate certain better practices. The first is a sense of identity. Sense of identity is extremely important because a sense of identity distress brings a few breaks in how we see ourselves. We cannot see ourselves in a relatively coherent and acceptable self, which means that we might feel that there are different ways in which we act with different people or in different situations, and we cannot put it well together. For example, a child might be very timid at home and might be very boisterous outside with his or her friends. But at the end of the day, when the child comes back to himself or herself, they are unable to put these two characteristics together and find a continuous sense of self. There is an inability to understand who am I. And that leads to a lot of difficulties. It leads to anxiety, stress, hopelessness, depression, anxiety, addiction, eating pathologies like anorexia, binge eating, etc., and even anger. Sense of identity is important because it is hugely beneficial in helping us make choices in our lives. It is important that youth is motivated to make their own choices so that they develop this habit of taking responsibility of their own lives and living them by certain values and principles that they associate with themselves. That will lead to a holistic level of satisfaction. Our self-image can also fuel recognition of our own worth. More than that, it is important, like we talked about earlier, there are various childhood adversities that children face. Those cannot be controlled. Those are difficult to control, and children have lesser cognitive maturity to make sense of what is happening to them when they are that young. However, during a late adolescence or young adulthood, the children develop the sense or the cognitive maturity to put all of these things that have happened in a narrative which creates a possible resolution of everything that has happened. Hence, integrating all our experiences together and having a continuous sense of self safeguards us from the ill effects of any adverse situations which have taken place earlier. How can we do that, however? The first is to define the values. Values or personal beliefs are fundamental aspects of our identity. It is important that we have a belief system which helps us recognize what matters the most to me. Maybe there is an individual for whom patriotism matters the most, and their life decisions will be guided by that. Maybe kindness is something that an individual holds most important, and their life decisions will be based on that. And that will also affect the career and educational path that the child chooses. Second is to make your own choices, which we will talk about more in self determination. Third is to spend some time alone. Spending time alone is similar to how we spend time with some person. If you want to develop a good bond with another individual, it becomes important that we spend some more time with them. Similarly, it's important that we spend some time alone with ourselves so that we can maximize the level of self exploration that we can do, to explore what do we like, what do we not like, what are certain social situations in which we can place ourselves, what are the abilities that we like about ourselves, and what are the abilities that we would want to inculcate, which is also related to the next step, which is considering how to achieve the ideal. The ideal is the ideal self or a self image that we want to reach. That this is how I see myself. I want to be this sort of a person. And considering how to achieve our ideals would involve understanding what changes are required to reach that ideal self. For example, an individual might be very apprehensive to approach social situations, but would want to be the sort of person who has a lot of friends or is more well liked in social circles. In such a situation, there can be various behavioral changes which can be made. For example, again, learning social skills and graded exposure, as we saw in the last presentation. And these changes can in turn lead to finding that ideal self. Lastly, if you feel stuck and you're unable to make any relation to yourself, unable to see what kind of a person you are, it becomes important that you also consider therapy, because therapy at the end of the day is an exploration into ourself. The next important factor is self determination. Self determination is to take a volitional action that is consistent with our thoughts. This promotes autonomy, independent thinking, self advocacy, and the ability to live according to values and standards that we set for ourselves. It is important that youth feels that their life is their own and they are responsible for various things that take place or various things that they can do to improve their lives. And to inculcate that thought process, it is important to build self determination. Self determination are associated with a stronger sense of personal commitment, greater persistence, more positive feelings, higher quality of performance, and better mental health. As we have seen various times, when an individual is given choices to take up a particular career path or an educational path, it is important that the decision is the child's, because if that decision is enforced by certain other people, then the level of commitment that a child might show to achieve those goals might not be at par with what they might do if they are internally motivated to achieve another goal. So, what can we do to inculcate self determination? First is to learn effective ways to explore possibilities. There are various different ways to look at one particular situation, and it's important that we learn what are the effective ways in which we can explore. How can we research various things that we can explore and make an informed decision after taking all the possibilities into account? Second is learn reasonable risk taking. Risk taking is important because if we are only restricted to our comfort zone, then it becomes difficult to grow. However, it's also important to understand how much risk is good and how much risk can we take in a particular circumstance. Hence, it's important to learn how to reason with ourselves and push ourselves out of our comfort zones. And the third is to learn effective problem solving. Effective problem solving, first and foremost, requires a positive problem solving orientation, which means that we need to look at problems as challenges and not only as problems. And also understand that each problem is solvable. It is not you being in a hard place where there can be no solution. There can be various solutions that can be developed, and if we address our problems in that way, it becomes easier and less stressful to solve them. Then there is a problem solving sequence in which we first define the problem, we brainstorm various solutions, pick a solution, and test it. After testing, we review the results of how we did with the solution that we picked. For example, if we are struggling with certain presentations at college, we can first define the problem that my presentation skills are not good. We brainstorm various solutions. Maybe it is my diction that I can work on. Maybe it is the presentation that I am creating, which can be bettered. Maybe it is my confidence that I can work on. The solution can also be to look at the mirror while practicing, or to practice in front of our family members, or to be very well versed with the material that we go with. So we pick any one solution. For example, if an individual chooses to pick a solution of practicing in front of the mirror, you test that solution for the next presentation and then review whether you did better or not. And if you did not, we can again go back to defining the problem and testing some other solutions that we had developed earlier. What can the parents do? It is important that parents provide a sense of support to the child and build the confidence that they can make their own decisions. At the end of the day, the youth is growing towards adulthood, and adulthood will put a lot of responsibilities on them. Hence, it becomes extremely important that they develop this confidence to address those responsibilities by themselves and not be dependent on the parents. Second is to consider, incorporate, and prioritize the child's perspective. This is something that parents and teachers both can do. At colleges, the teachers can consider the child's perspective about a topic or how they want to address a particular assignment, and also reason with them of the best practices that can be used. Similarly, at home, the child's perspective regarding certain house rules can be incorporated and also can be reasoned with. The third is to introduce tasks that will challenge their competence. Fourth is to provide explanation and rationale regarding certain behavior which is worth engaging in. Just enforcing certain rules or enforcing certain behaviors might not be very motivating for the child to take up their own decisions, because at the end of the day, get into this rut of listening to everybody else and following a set pattern that is set by everybody else. Hence, it's important to provide an explanation where the child understands the rationale behind all of those rules and all of those activities that the parent or the teacher wants them to inculcate. And most importantly, it is important to accept the child's negative emotions. Usually, it happens that if a child is sad or angry, they are motivated more to suppress it or do not express it as much. And their expression might be faced or with a negative reaction. What that ends up doing is making the child apprehensive that if they make certain decisions which lead to negative emotions, then it will be problematic. Hence, they don't make the decisions to begin with. Hence, it's important to accept the child's negative emotions as well. The next important factor is self-awareness. Self-awareness is the ability to perceive and understand things that make you who you are as an individual. It is closely related to the sense of identity that we talked about. But sense of identity is very holistic. Self-awareness is knowing about that identity. Self-awareness is important because it allows you to reflect on aspects of yourself. People who are self-aware can manage behaviors and adapt to situations because you already know how you're going to react. For example, if a child is not very good with criticism and they feel targeted if they're faced with some criticism, even if it's constructive, and they become aware of that, they can change that habit and take criticism even more constructively than getting angry on it. It is extremely important to remember that you won't always like what you find when you sit down and introspect. And that's okay because each individual has certain good qualities and certain bad qualities. And it's important to know both so that we can work on the bad qualities and even enhance the good qualities that we have. And second, it's important to understand that contradictions are normal and human. You might be a certain person in a certain situation and be a little different in another situation. But not being able to put the two together and understand that I can be two different people in two different situations creates a lot of stress and anxiety. So, contradictions are normal. What can we do to develop self awareness? First is to connect with yourself daily. It is important that we sit with ourselves, avoid digital distractions for some time, and carve out solitude. As we saw earlier, sitting with ourselves is important because we don't get to explore the kind of person we are if we do not spend time with ourselves. Second is practicing mindfulness, which we also saw in the previous presentation. It is important to pay attention to the inner state, which we can start by trying breathing. And we can also incorporate mindfulness activities in the daily tasks that we do. For example, we can have mindful brushing, where we wake up and without having any other stimulation like songs or certain YouTube videos, we just sit and brush and pay attention to the whole process of brushing. Similarly, there can be mindful eating, there can be mindful walking, where we pay attention to each and every aspect of doing that activity and orient ourselves to the present moment. Third is to journal awareness, which allows you to identify, clarify, and accept your thoughts and feelings. And the fourth is a very interesting exercise called Johari window, where you talk to a close friend or your family member. You take out a list of attributes or characteristics and ask them to choose the ones that are most associated with you, while you choose certain attributes or characteristics that you feel are associated with you. What that does is provide you with an understanding of how you see yourself, and how other people see you. For example, you might think that you're optimistic, you are loyal, and you're also a little stubborn. But your close friend might think that you're loyal, stubborn, but also very compassionate. So, one thing that your friend did not know about you was that you're very optimistic, or you think that you're very optimistic, that's how you see yourself. And one thing that you did not know about yourself was that you come across as a very compassionate person. So, it helps you develop more attributes that you can associate yourself with, and that increases your self awareness. The next extremely important aspect of self development is resilience. Resilience is the process and the outcome of successfully adapting to difficult situations or challenging life experiences. So, resilience is more about adapting to various situations, whether it is about adapting to a college life after transitioning from school, whether it is about adapting to a job that you have taken up. And being resilient doesn't necessarily mean that the person doesn't experience any difficulty or distress. It will be quite inhuman or robotic to expect that a person will not experience any distress. However, the level of distress we face and how quickly we come up from it or we recover from it is something that is governed by the amount of resilience that we have. So each change affects each individual very differently. And people who adapt very well with such changes are more resilient. There are four major components to resilience. First is again connection. Having a good network, good bonds, social support is very important because it provides a buffer. It provides a certain satisfaction that even if we fail, there is somebody with us. There is somebody to talk to, there is somebody to understand. Second is wellness, to inculcate healthy habits. Third is healthy thinking. Like again, we saw in the previous presentation, healthy thinking is about eliminating the negative thoughts or the unhelpful thoughts and bringing about more helpful thoughts. There is finally meaning or purpose in our life, which brings a lot of resilience because we have a goal or a sense of direction which keeps us motivated and helps us realign ourselves when we are in a stressful situation. However, resilience is not an independent entity, it comes in a package. It talks about tenacity, optimism, self efficacy, adaptive coping styles, cognitive flexibility, spirituality, and faith. And we'll address all of them eventually. So, starting with optimism, optimism is again looking at the glass half full. It influences people or individuals to come to terms with present, past, and future events in our lives. Optimistic individuals are more positive about daily life events. For example, if um, an individual was trying to reach college on time, but there was some breakdown in the metro, then one individual might take it very pessimistically that their luck is bad, they always reach late, nothing good happens in their life. And an optimistic individual might see it very differently, that maybe they were safeguarded from some other ill event that could have happened. Or it's okay to be late one day and it's not a regular happening, which is quite all right. So, optimistic individuals are more frequently inculcating more protective attitudes. They have more resilience to stress. They have a more higher inclination to use appropriate coping strategies. They have an inverse relation with depressive symptoms and suicidal ideation, which means that if you have higher optimism, the chances of developing depressive symptoms will be lesser. There is a higher hope for future and lesser impairment of social functioning and quality of life. How do we develop optimism? First is very importantly practicing gratitude, writing down things that you're actually grateful for or things that went well each day so that you develop a more positive outlook towards your day. Second is challenging negative thoughts, reframing these negative thoughts and beliefs with more positive ones, as we saw in the previous presentation. Third is visualizing positive outcomes. So instead of focusing only on the problems, we can affirm or visualize what will a good outcome be like and affirm it, visualize it, and work for it. Next can be spending time with optimists. When we see others facing challenges with confidence, it also aspires us to make certain positive changes. And it also becomes important to reframe during challenges. Like we saw earlier, if we look at problems as challenges and not only as problems, it makes it easier for us to solve them. Similarly, reframing any particular event in a more positive sense helps us deal with that event more. And lastly, it's important to set certain goals. Setting goals and achieving them brings about a sense of fulfillment, which increases optimism. The next important factor is self efficacy. Self efficacy is the level of competence that we feel in our abilities to execute certain action or to take certain measures to address a particular situation. It has a central role in regulation of our emotional states, and it makes people interpret a potentially threatening expectation as manageable, significant challenges. Again, it helps us reframe how we look at a particular situation. We see it more as a challenge that um, we can address in a good way instead of a threat that we might fail at addressing. People with strong sense of self-efficacy develop a deeper interest in activities that they perform in. They form a stronger sense of commitment to their interests, and they recover quite quickly from setbacks or disappointments because they believe in themselves to actually do better. They also view challenging problems as tasks to be mastered instead of problems which may not be solved. It is important to inculcate self efficacy through various ways. First is mastering our experiences. Mastering our experiences is important because when we realize that there are certain things that we can do, when we see that there are tasks that we have achieved and they were difficult, it builds that confidence in ourselves that we are competent enough to take care of various things. So it's important to set realistic and specific goals that challenge you but are also attainable. Then you break down these goals into smaller, manageable steps and track your progress and celebrate your achievement. For example, if it is about, if your goal is to land a job, a particular part time job that you want to take with your education, it can be a realistic, specific goal if it is something that your peers are also inclined towards and the skills that you have match the job profile. You break the goal down in smaller manageable steps by building your CV, building a cover letter, and taking up various courses which can help you develop the skills to take up that job. And then you track your progress across each step. The second important way in which self efficacy can be built is vicarious experiences. Like we should stay more with optimistic people, it is also important to identify certain role models and be with them to see them accomplish or achieve various things by overcoming similar obstacles. For example, if there is an individual, a child, who comes from a lower socioeconomic status and they associate themselves with various role models who were also from lower socioeconomic status but ended up becoming civil servants or becoming really good at whatever their field is, then it will be helpful for them to see that that is also a future that they can achieve. It is important to take time to learn the strengths and habits that the successful individuals have and replicate them. Next, it is important to upskill ourselves. Upskilling is extremely important in the present circumstances where skills and demands of every industry and field is rapidly changing. We can learn skills and methods which make us progress more and also stay up to date with the industry requirements. For example, taking various courses, taking various extracurricular activities that help you achieve a particular goal that you have set for yourself in the particular field that you have chosen for yourself. The next is social persuasion, surrounding yourself with individuals who are more positive and supportive of your goals, and also individuals who are experts who can provide you with constructive criticism, wherein comes the responsibility of teachers and professors who can actually guide the youth into making more informed decisions and creating a sense of self efficacy. And lastly, it's important to manage anxiety levels and stress levels through various relaxation techniques, breathing exercises, meditation, and other coping strategies. When it comes to coping strategies, there are various adaptive coping styles that now we'll talk about. Adaptive coping includes various cognitive and behavioral efforts to manage stressful conditions. Coping styles can be of different types. First is problem focused, which is very active, where we look at active coping, problem solving, planning, positively reframing our thoughts. The second is emotion focused, which is more passive, where we are venting, we're looking for emotional support, we're looking for a religious connection. And the last is avoidance focused, where we're looking more at distractions or denial of a particular circumstance. The decrease in adverse effects of life stressors exists when we adopt certain adaptive coping styles. And it also improves the individual's enduring resistance and adaptation during their life. However, what is an adaptive coping style is all contextual. We cannot say that problem focused is always better than emotion focused, or avoidance focused coping is the worst. Why? Because there are various contexts in which each of these coping styles makes a difference. For example, during pandemic, avoidance focused coping was most important because we did not have control over the things that are happening. If we are in a lockdown state, there is not much that we can solve. So an active problem solving attitude will only lead to frustration. Similarly, if one has lost a loved one, then an emotion focused coping would be much more effective than a problem focused coping. But on the other hand, when it's something very task oriented, such as failing an exam, then a problem focused coping would be the best. So it depends on how can I comfort myself, what actions can I take, what options do I have available, and what social resources can I draw on through which we can determine which coping styles should we use in a particular situation and a particular context. There are various relaxation techniques which can reduce stress and help us cope in a better way. The first is breathing. It is important to take long, slow, deep breaths. And as you breathe, you gently disengage your mind from distracting thoughts and sensations. The most important is the 3-6-9 breath work, where you inhale for 3 seconds, hold your breath for 6 seconds, or a count of 6, and release or exhale for 9 seconds or 9 counts. The exhalation always needs to be longer than the inhalation. The second is body scan. After a few minutes of breathing, you can focus on one part of the body or a group of muscles and mentally release the physical tension that you feel. A lot of people feel physical tension in the shoulders, in the head, and focusing on these particular parts and releasing that tension with your breathing is very effective. Next is repetitive prayer. Gayatri Mantra has been uh, an evidence based approach to releasing a lot of stress and reducing it. So, a silent repeat of a short prayer or a phrase while practicing your breathing is very effective. The next relaxation technique that can be taken up is guided imagery, where you conjure up a soothing scene or a place which is personally safe for you. So, this
I think there is some disruption at Manjistra's end, and let me till she returns, and I would be happy to take it forward that her presentation is in complete alignment with how we have been visualizing, conceptualizing the problem of mental health for students. We believe that the world cannot be divided into two, one group which has mental disorders, and the other which does not have mental disorder. No, that's not the way we look at it. Maybe certain people, 15, 16% people are unfortunate, those who develop a mental disorder. And traditionally, psychiatrists have been identified with mental illness because we are more involved in taking care of them, designing best of the best treatment, reading about it, and doing more research in it, getting involved into rehabilitation and getting back their quality of life. But that does not mean that there is much more to it. In fact, mental illness is in a very small percentage of people, but we are talking about the issue which is central. That is, mental health is for everybody. And therefore, mental health experts in their various capacity, whether psychiatrists, social workers, psychologists, educationists, whosoever they have the capacity, skill, and knowledge to add value to everybody's life. And that is what we want to really promote, that it is important to know how to maintain good mental health. What are the determinants of mental health? What are the determinants of good mental health? What to do to maintain yourself a good level of confidence, functioning, maintenance of mind body regulation, etc., etc. And it includes what to do so that you do not develop risk for mental disorders. So these are the central issues that we have been discussing about it and knowing about it. And I think Manjishta is perhaps not seen here. There's something wrong with her. But I'm very happy to see Dr. Shubhangi Parker here, and I would like to invite her to take the floor, and she is going to take the discussion to the next level. Dr. Parker is a personal friend, a professor emeritus at St. G.S. Medical College, and now works at another distinguished institute, that is Vedanta Institute of Medical Sciences in Palghar, which is on Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, very natural, scenic, and beautiful site. I had the pleasure of visiting there and seeing this rural medical setup. So, Shubhangi, welcome. And I know your topic is a fun topic of trauma, abuse, and mental health. Please take over.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. And it's really good project by Manastik Shakti Foundation. I think at this point of time, the students' mental health issues and emotional issues is the most important aspect country and even globally people need to take into consideration. Uh, can my slides are seen now? Okay, my slides are seen, right?
Yes.
Hello. Yes. Okay. So this is a very important topic, that is a trauma and abuse, impact identification and intervention. These are the things which I'm going to talk about. There is a nice quote. Unlike other forms of psychological disorders, the core issue in trauma is reality. trauma is not experience. Trauma is not imagination. You know, very often trauma arise out of reality. वास्तविक घटना से trauma comes, and that's a very important perspective for us to realize, so as to form our dealing policies or coping up policies. Trauma and abuse is an emotional response to a terrible event, and which is a terrible, that is a very important word, like an accident, rape, or natural disaster that is beyond the normality of the experience. A person may experience trauma as a response to any event they find physically or emotionally threatening or harmful. So, that emotionally threatening or feeling of harm is ultimately matters. The feeling of harm can be emotional or can be physical. So magnitude of trauma and abuse is huge. In fact, it is not identified so well in the globally. People generally take it into stride and see this is what is to going to happen. But prevalence is widespread occurrence affecting millions of people worldwide. It may be natural disaster, it may be war, it may be lot of conflicts. Severity is ranging from mild to extreme with devastating impact on individuals and communities, and you see people are really in trouble. A simple thing which happens in Pune with water flooding there, people are so much in trouble. So this is trauma duration from one time events to ongoing. It goes on long term experience, changing people's thought process, behavior process, their responses to the trauma in general, the frequency, single incidents or repeated exposure. I mean, some of the exposures in man-made trauma like rape, are very repeated. There is a power dynamic involving imbalances of the power, control, and authority that we can very well experience in the form of the wars which are happening, the global conflict that are happening, economic struggles which we see. There is a starvation, there is a killing, there is a terrorism. So the trauma and abuse keeps changing the picture, the front face, but it is still extremely alive. Why is it important to deal with trauma and abuse? Because if we deal with it at earliest, it promotes healing. It reduces mental health complications. It breaks the cycle of abuse if people become aware. It also supports the physical well-being. It creates a global culture of empathy, understanding, support. You know, it improves overall well-being of the individual and people together. It promotes resilience, which we are just listening. It empowers individuals to cope up with the challenges, with the small, bigger, or threatening challenges. Hence, coping up or planning for how to deal with trauma and abuse is very vital. Many people who experience a traumatic event will go on with their lives without lasting negative effects. Maybe it depends on the kind of emotional support, social support, or their personality. Okay, others will have difficulties and experience traumatic stress reactions. Present challenges in relationship, career, and other aspects of the life can be outcome of trauma and abuse in long run. Impact of trauma and abuse, it has physical and emotional effects, post-traumatic stress disorder, and formal diagnostic psychiatric disorder like anxiety disorders or major depressive disorder. Short-term and long-term consequences are many, which deal with a simple perspective of attachment issues, having trust worthy relationship, self-esteem problems, developing resilience, and so on. Impact on relationship and daily life. It's a very sad. I mean, trauma doesn't mean a huge earthquake. Trauma means what happens in every day after that earthquake. So that is which is a very important. It can deal with the substance use disorders. it will it can deal with lot of mental health conditions like major depression or PTSD and other risky behaviors. When I say other risky behaviors, it means suicide, it means substance use disorder, it means involved in gambling, etc. It depends on whether people have mature coping styles or not. Emotional and psychological responses, and these are long term and short term. In beginning it can be denial, anger, fear, shame, why am I going through it, confusion, depression. Mind just becomes numb, not able to think further. It is just frozen, and that's a worse condition. Yeah, in people especially, I have seen this with women, who face domestic violence every day. They just don't know what to do with their situation, with their condition. Guilt, hopelessness, irritability, and difficulty in concentrating, especially in the younger population, in youth and in children. When the trauma is severe, it affects their school life, their academic performance. Physical responses are many what we call as a somatic problems. It is headache, racing heart, sweating, feeling jumpy, hyperarousal, and difficult to sleep. These are very some of very common. There can be many lot of symptoms which we call as a somatic symptoms, as in the form of physical response. Traumatic experience happens because of bullying, harassment, sexual assault, traffic collisions, life-threatening illnesses like malignancies, cancer, and people really suffer. We really need to, concentrate on one of these area, because people really just think that giving chemotherapy, radiotherapy, that's enough. But life-threatening illnesses really have a very severe impact on the minds, emotions of the people. Sudden loss of a loved one, act of terrorism which we are all experiencing, natural disasters and war. I mean, that's a global problem. Emotional dysregulation is a very important aspect of trauma and abuse. Difficulty regulating emotion such as anger, anxiety, sadness, and shame. See, we all become angry. We are anxious eventually, but we do control, we regulate, how we should be experiencing or expressing it. That leads to self medication, namely substance abuse, maybe simple like tobacco smoking, alcohol, to a very strong substance use disorder. Engagement in high risk or self injurious behaviors like deliberate self harm, suicide attempt, disordered eating. This is another thing, which people keep eating to feel good, to feel less stress. Compulsive behaviors such as gambling or overworking. Okay, repression or denial of emotions, people just don't come out, they don't express, they just repress that. And those emotions are not going to disappear by this repression. They are going to react on your body, on your growth, on your resilience, on your adjustment styles. Okay, feeling either too much, that is overwhelmed, or too little, numb, are these are the two important perspective which we see most probably common in the people who are exposed to violence, including domestic violence. Post traumatic stress disorder is very common, and symptoms include anxiety, flashbacks, persistent memories of the event. I mean, they keep on coming, they are there, they're all the time with like there is a Mary had a little lamb. I always say Mary had those memories all the time. Okay, then avoidance behavior to all those situations where you got trauma. PTSD may last for years if it is not identified and treated appropriately. It is distressing and interferes with person's daily life and relationship. And this is very important because relationship in our daily life, they give a lot to us to carry on. They give satisfaction, they give security, and if they get disturbed, both the security, the natural happiness, all get lost. 5 to 10% of the people in general suffer PTSD. The lifetime prevalence of PTSD in United States is 6.8%. I mean, PTSD is well studied there. This can be acute stress disorder or it can be complex PTSD where the people are not able to come out of it. You know, the reliving experiences are really torturing and the life become very difficult. So, post traumatic stress disorder, in short, nightmares, flashbacks of those traumatic events, avoiding reminders of the event. Okay, so you start really getting absorbed within, forgetting important aspects of the traumatic event because you are all the time refusing, denying, okay, unable to experience positive emotions. That's a very unfortunate aspect. Irritability and angry outbursts because of the emotional dysregulation and negative thoughts about yourself or others. You know, the feeling of hopelessness and helplessness all the time in the brain, making life so miserable and so difficult. Okay, increased risk of suicidal thought behavior and attempts in trauma, emotional dysregulation leading to intense emotional pain, mood swings, hopelessness, shame and guilt, disconnection with the world because you get lost or trapped in your own thinking process, and which is a negative thinking process, hypervigilance, increased anxiety, arousal, and stress related to it, lot of social isolation. You know, you forget about your friends who gave you joy. You forget about those extended family who were part of the joyous life, and become, you know, you get into loneliness, which is a big problem in today's world. Substance abuse because self medication to cope with trauma. It starts with simple thing, maybe smoking, maybe alcohol, then the tablets like benzodiazepines or sleeping pills, and then the bigger uh, substance, one can start using. Mental health comorbidities occur with major depressive disorder, anxiety, PTSD, and other conditions too. Intervention, we must educate our clients. Okay, frame re-experiencing the event, hyper arousal, sleep disturbances, and other physical symptoms as physiological reaction to extreme stress. Please take away that feeling that something strange, abnormal, horribly traumatic has happened and I may not come out. Instead, make that this happens to many people because mishaps, war, trauma keeps happening in this world at the drop of the hat. Communicate that treatment and other wellness activities. And, fortunately, there are many wellness activities if we find up for ourselves which is suitable, can improve both psychological and physiological symptoms. Example, therapy, meditation, exercises, yoga, and some great hobbies of writing, singing, music, so many things, and we have to suggest the people dealing with this kind of trauma and abuse, something which they can do day to day, and they can get engaged into it. Refer certain clients to a psychiatrist. It's a good idea to get effects of trauma and abuse to be evaluated by professional and find out that there is, diagnosable illnesses are there or not. Something like major depressive disorder, all general anxiety disorders, post-traumatic disorders, which can be identified at earliest. So let client not struggle with it and, get opportunity to heal. That's a very important. Prescribe psychotropic medication to address severe symptoms. Otherwise, it is a bad struggle. I mean, I never understand why a person should go through major depressive disorder and feel hopeless, helpless, worthless, and, land up being non-productive, not able to enjoy the life, which is a right of the human. Okay, so here Psychotropic medications are very useful because they control. After all, whatever is happening post trauma and post abuse also goes through brain neurochemical mechanism. It is not just imagination. As the viruses cause fever to the body, and there is a pain to the body. So all these negative events, and the trauma, they cause chemical changes in the brain, and that will lead to the problems which people experience. Intervention also discuss traumatic stress symptoms and their physiological components. We have to really have a good dialogue with the client. Explain links between traumatic stress symptoms and substance use disorder if appropriate. If somebody is really getting lost in the addictive behavior because of the trauma, maybe childhood trauma, maybe adolescent trauma, we can deal with it, by dealing with that trauma, dealing with those stress symptoms. Normalize trauma symptoms. For example, explain to clients that their symptoms are not a sign of their weakness or their incapacity. It is not a character flaw. It is not being damaged mind, or it's not going crazy. This happens to many people, so it is happening to you. Okay, there are people with mental disorder. I mean, there is MDD, that is major depressive disorder, is the most common co-occurring disorder in people who have experienced trauma and are diagnosed with PTSD. Very, very common. So just don't call those people pessimistic or getting in blue. No, they are suffering from a major depressive disorder. We need to treat them at early age. A well-established causal relationship exists between stressful events and depression, which is a known fact now. Prior history of major depressive disorder is predictive of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, after exposure to major trauma. That's a reason why we must take depression or anxiety disorder or other psychiatric disorder seriously, in this patient. Okay, additional mental health supports may be necessary in these patients. Okay, supportive treatments for trauma informed care, that is acknowledge the impact of trauma and strives to create a safe environment. Counseling, depending on intervention or supportive or whatever, we have to identify problem so that we develop coping skills in these people. It's not that problem will disappear. It is essential that people have problem, but now they know how to cope up with those problems. Support groups, very important. Connecting with others who have experienced similar traumas generally give you a kind of comfortable feeling. You feel that you are not alone in this world who is suffering. There are many people who are suffering and also who are coping up. So this feeling is a very positive feeling that gives you courage to go ahead, in the life, to fight back all those experiences. Mindfulness based intervention technique like meditation, yoga, deep breathing. Yoga really helps. We have a very good yoga training programs in our country, and many people I have referred to them, for the purpose of meditation. I am myself Vipassana practitioners, and I would tell you it really helps to get that peace and serenity of the mind so that you are able to think positively, in terms of the problem solving strategies about your problem, about your trauma. Okay. Then there are creative therapies like art, music, drama, or writing. Art therapy, music therapy is really good. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, that is called EMDR. I am not much more well versed with this, but many of my students in Mumbai are practicing this. Okay, and that's a therapeutic approach that helps reprocess traumatic event. Then cognitive behavior therapy, which is a goal-oriented approach which deals with the thinking process, what we call as a cognitive errors. That is means it is erroneous thinking process. And then psychodynamic therapy. There are some people, they explore the whole traumatic experience with unconscious. Okay, family therapy involving family members in healing process, self care and stress management. See, these are very simple things. Educating individuals on healthy coping mechanisms. Okay, so somebody is really numb for months, for years. We have to really get them involved in the group with the friends and start, developing that kind of connection which help them to develop coping mechanism. And remember that human network is the best network one can have than the digital network to cope up with the problem in the life. Grounding techniques helping individual focus on the present moment. Why are we getting into the past all the time, which was traumatic? Let us see how far ahead we have come and how can we enjoy this particular moment. Okay, and then there is a trauma sensitive yoga, which is shavasana. There are pranayam, so that all can help to focus on the present moment. The CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is my favorite, and many people like to do this. That is, reduce symptoms and distress. That is the goal. Improve emotional regulation. Control. Don't allow your emotions to go haywire. The anger need not go to aggression. Okay, anger can be brought back, just to discomfort zone. Enhance coping skills. Okay, we can see how much glass is full with the water, not how much empty. Promote cognitive restructuring. It's not that I can never do it. Well, it is difficult at this moment. Let me try my best to cope up with this. So that restructuring thinking give you the hope and courage to deal with it. Support trauma processing and integration, which is very important. See, trauma experience is not supposed to be kept away. It is to be dealt with. Okay. Cognitive restructuring help clients identify and challenge negative thoughts and belief. Why can't instead of that can I? Or I can. Exposure, gradual, control exposure to traumatic memories or stimuli. This is really helpful. You need very skilled therapists, to take you through this. Skill training, teach coping skills. Sometimes we have to tell people that what you actually can do. Okay, emotional regulation and self-care. For example, sometimes the people in my village where I work, they will tell, keep quiet, shanta base, peace, be peaceful, simple words. Okay, but that is something to give people opportunity to deal with their own things. Okay, so all these counseling skills, therapies sounds complicated, but if you go and have motivation and skill, we can simplify this for the people. Establish a strong therapeutic relationship. The client must have trust in the therapist so that he will feel that I am not at the losing end. I have my therapist to guide me, to show me the path. Okay, ensure client safety and stability all the time. This is very, very important. We have to be, even as a friend, we have to be, comfortable in seeing that our people are safe and they are stable. Okay, mindfulness is another encouraging present moment awareness and acceptance. A good technique. Self compassion. Foster a kind and understanding attitude towards oneself. Oh, we want to be nice with the whole world. We want to be helpful to the whole world. But there are times when we need that person who helps the world to help ourselves, and that is we ourselves. Okay, adapt CBT to individual needs and cultural context. Consider integration with other therapies like EMDR or psychodynamic as needed, but there are therapies and we can use them skillfully and wisely. Okay, cultural sensitivity is important. Our own biases we must know. Like we probably tell some people, in some families, don't talk about the event, then you will forget, which is not true. People probably need to express. Okay, respect cultural differences. Cultural humility is very important. Understanding the culture, we can't be very assertive and aggressive in the soft culture. Okay, even in our Adivasi tribal culture, we can't be very aggressive telling them that give up alcohol, because that alcohol is a part of their life. So we have to really go slowly, understandably. Client center approach, that is, you give importance to your client and prioritize their experience, and then start developing dialogue. Cultural privacy and confidentiality is important. Address power dynamics and privilege, which is very, very important. A safe and inclusive therapeutic environment matters a lot. For example, when we want to take group therapy, we cannot take sarpanch or somebody, if people are scared of him in that group. So then we have to take those girls group in a very separate way without having those men around, because they request that. So that sensitivity is very important, and we should really respect it. Okay. Biological interventions, of course, all sorts of medication depending on the disorder we identified. They may be antidepressant, mood stabilizer, sleeping aids for a while, maybe melatonin sedatives. See, sleep hygiene and people sleeping nicely during the traumatic and abuse experience matters. It gives a kind of rest. Okay. Neurofeedback mechanism are there, training to control brain activity, which is done in the major institutes. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, transcranial direct current stimulation. This is all done in major institutes or medical colleges where it is available. But we can all do interventions on our level with what we have. There are nutritional dietary intervention. I think yes, when the people have to face the trauma and abuse, they should be physically fit. So we have to talk the physical words about their diet, about their health, about their strength. Okay, sleep hygienic practices, exercise and physical activity. Exercise and physical activity is really very helpful. When I feel tired, I go and walk in the village, just to feel refreshed. So that's a very good thing. Then mind body therapies, yoga, tai chi, Qigong, and in conjunction with psychotherapy and other forms of treatment, we should allow everything that gives relief, and comfort to our clients. EMDR, I am not the person who is expert in this, but this process traumatic memories, and it is done by specifically trained people, and they are there. Okay. Some of the statements which I liked, as I was going through trauma, it's okay to be the way you are right now. It is understandable that you fail the way you fail. Whatever traumatic, whatever emotional dysregulation, you felt it. It is understandable. It is understandable that you did the things you did to cope, whatever. It is understandable that you didn't know how to do better. All of us don't know everything. I mean, we are doctors, we are psychiatrists. Sometimes we don't know when there is acute chest pain or what one should be doing. So that is understandable, when people do not know how to cope up with their trauma and abuse immediately. So there is nothing to feel guilty or nothing to feel shame about it. We have to tell people you are safe, and whatever you are experiencing, that's okay to experience. Okay. Your unhealthy habits were just survival mechanism that you held on to protect yourself. This is very important. I was dealing with somebody who went to the trauma of losing the whole family, in the flood, and he was drinking, he was smoking, and he said that I was not able to do things properly, so I got into it. So we don't want to create, a kind of guilt or shame in these people. We have to take them ahead. So you aren't trying to be self-destructive. Your brain is just telling you that danger is imminent, so you prepared accordingly. But you just need to slowly build new healthy habits because you aren't in danger now. And this is very important. So it needs a lot of energy from therapists, lot of compassion from therapists to tell people that whatever they have done because they understood it that way. Now we are there. to help them. So, giving the message you are safe now because you are with us. Okay. So, heal. So, you don't have to give a sarcastic tone to uplifting messages. Heal. So, you never have to make anyone else the object of your own frustration. Keep healing. Heal. So, when someone tells you they love you, you may allow yourself to believe them. This is very beautiful statement. So, giving the message to the people who experience trauma and abuse that it's good to heal and keep healing. Remember that healing is the lifelong process, and once you get into it, you get very happy, you get in the comfort zone, and your healing process keep getting stronger eventually. Thank you so very much.
Well, thank you, Shubha. It's a extremely important topic, particularly from students' point of view. And as you have rightly said, so complex, but you summarized it so beautifully. Why I am fond of this topic when talking about students, that when we see people suffering from mental disorders, what reports say and what our experience is that incidence of reported trauma in the history is about 35 to 40%. Contrarily, if we see longitudinal course of people who have been subject or victim of trauma and abuse, not less than 70 to 80% of them go on to develop a psychiatric disorder. Unfortunately, reporting and public health perspective of this issue is hugely important, and we are not able to make any progress in identification, early identification of trauma and dealing with. It's only when incidentally they speak to somebody, some friends, parents, or there is some physical sign or physical trauma associated. That's that's the time when it becomes out and open, and the treatment may start if the stigma is not playing a role. So thank you very much. I highly appreciate it. We need to talk about these issues more because all students need to know that
Yes.
trauma and persistent trauma, sustained trauma is lethal. It's going to cause its repercussions on all areas of life, be it relationship, be it academia, be it satisfaction from their job or whatever they want to do. They day in and day out relive the experience and never tell anybody. Their neurons are firing all the time, living that experience. Would you like to elaborate on it, Shiva? A bit more, how students can identify what best teachers and others can do for them, Can you hear me? Would you like to comment on this aspect for students? How what can we do? What program we can develop? Or do you know, are people working in for identification, early identification of trauma in student population or even in adolescents?
Huh?
Are you not able to hear? Any difficulty?
Hello, you are talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, for I think it's a very important topic for both, for students especially. What happens, students generally don't like to express. Generally the kind of trauma now, we see a lot of bullying, harassing, and at a time it's a very severe. Now these kind of challenges students don't want to express for a simple reason: they are not talked about. And there is no system in the place in the all the colleges, basically, to allow people to talk or express. And generally people feel that shame, they feel shame that what people were other students or teachers would think, that are they incapable. I think people should take trauma seriously. And it is, at earliest, if the people start help seeking behavior, at least the further complication, and complications are major. I have seen a very very smart, very wise students, with the 94% marks, has become victim of bullying and harassing, because he was quite a studious child, and he was harassed in one of the regular college. And because of that, he became and he was really harassed. When he came to us, it was almost 2 3 years, and the family was not able to understand. He couldn't approach teachers, so he stopped going to college. And he had quite a few suicidal attempts, which family members never understood. Okay, and then they said that after going to college, he suddenly has become so haywire, right? He's not able to cope up. The issue was not he was able to cope up in general. He was not able to cope up with the harassment, with the bullying by those students, and he was not able to communicate. So when he came to us, we have started asking, and he had major depressive disorder by that time. So we have treated him with antidepressant, and we have basically facilitated his experience of that trauma. And he has gone through a huge trauma. He went through anger, and whenever there was anger, he tried suicide attempt. He wanted to go back and hit those children, but he couldn't do that because that wasn't his culture. So he felt numb at a time. He he withdrew his steps, and he forgot that he was such a scholarly student. He stopped studying. And I think it was a huge loss for this child. Eventually he picked up. He has done well. He now finished his post graduation, but dealing with this experience, allowing him to ventilate out, getting him out of the helplessness, and that feeling of inadequacies. I think it was a real challenge even to us, because communication is not easy.
Right. Yeah, I understand. I mean, this is why I'm referring to it. We are facing new challenges as I go to universities, and we tell them that these are the problems. But they come up and tell us, how do we do that?
Yeah.
How can we develop mechanisms so that every student is empowered to talk about emotions? How can we ensure that they take up mental health education seriously? Doesn't matter 4 hours, 6 hours program or 20 hours program, at least 365 days. Can they dedicate 2 days to, doesn't matter, you don't teach schizophrenia, depression, but please talk about the challenges that these students come across day in and day out. Trauma like this, similarly separation, are children of single parent, where I know families where parents have been separated and it has devastated the child. And either the father is unaware about devastation because he has no access. The legal problems are far, far drawn years and years and years. Nobody knows how will that boy or the girl shape the brain and behavior, and what will be her conduct. These are all evidence-based research. There is nothing new. But the problem is, when do we try to put it in perspective with teachers and others, they hardly empathize even. They feel that these issues are not in the curriculum. These are not for them to deal with. If it is not for the teachers to deal with, if it is not for the doctors to deal with, if it is not for the family physician to deal with, then whose business are we talking about? That's the issue which has come up. It leads to suicide. It leads to violence. It leads to murder. I know a case I saw where a trial was going on. I cannot talk much in detail. A trial was going on a sports coach. The coach had abused a student who later on took revenge and is now in jail. You know? So, our job is, we feel seriously that we must make, this is another level of awareness. We are not talking about symptomatology. We are talking about it. Be aware about your society, about your life, about your psyche. Be aware about what protects you. Be aware what puts you in a risky situation, and make arrangements to deal with those kind of risk. If it if a MBBS student is not going to college and parents still feel he has gone haywire, instead talking to the boy, how how can we create a system? See, we have 22 crores is the size of student in this country. It is the population of Uttar Pradesh. That big. 4 crores are in the universities. Out of the 4 crore, the trend is coming that about more than half would be in private universities. Private universities have their own set of rules, regulations, and problem. They want to bring new things, and they don't want to continue with the old practices. They want new courses, they want new students, new fees, etc., etc. But both are missing out that it is the mental health which is for academic excellence. It is, if anything stands between a student's achievement and his hard work, it is only the psyche.
Yes, absolutely.
They all are cognitively very high, very high. But that higher cognition itself has started manifesting with psychological symptoms. And that is that area of concern. I think in future, you're going to see mental health experts dealing especially in soft psychiatry, or this kind of positive psychiatry, as we say, is emerging as a specialty. We already have a section at World Psychiatric Association, Shubha. Now it is coming up with a caucus in American Psychiatric Association. We already have a caucus in American Psychiatric Association for college mental health. And I am a member of it, and I see the kind of debate going on. And when I start thinking, how do I bring debate of my country into focus? Our problems are so complex, so different. But anyway, thank you very much. It has been very exciting to listening 3 speakers, and I'm going to call Manjushta back because she has some incomplete things to add on resilience. Thank you, Shubha. Manjushta, can you please join?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Continue.
I have some network issues. I'll... Okay, so about relaxation techniques. Now we'll switch to cognitive flexibility, which is another factor which is less talked about, but is extremely important when it comes to self-development and increasing our resilience. Cognitive flexibility is the ability to switch between mental processes to generate appropriate behavioral responses. So it's important that we look at different situations in a different way and have appropriate reactions to it. But that would not be possible if we are rigid in our approach and have the same reaction for each situation that we come across. A greater general ability to adapt to situational demands by effectively shifting perspectives is associated with better work performance, better pain management as well, better physical health, less stress, positive mood, and it also helps in employment of strategies facilitating the maintenance of positive mood. Like we saw earlier, that adaptive coping strategies are adaptive based on context. So they change with context. Cognitive flexibility gives us the ability to understand which coping strategies to apply in which context, which is why it facilitates the maintenance of positive mood. And it also becomes very important in our career and educational development because we are faced with various challenges. We switch from school to college to a job profile that we want to take up, and every domain of our life deserves a different approach. And cognitive flexibility provides us with that ability. Um, Moving ahead, what can we do to develop cognitive flexibility? First is it's extremely important to live healthily because cognitive flexibility is primarily a mental function in which our mind needs to function really well. And it's important to exercise, have a good diet, and sleep so that our mind can function in the best capacity. Second, it's important to practice mindfulness meditation. As we've observed earlier, that mindfulness meditation brings us to the present moment. And once we are aware of the present moment, we can address it in the way that it requires to be addressed. Third is to read. Reading not only improves the brain connectivity, but also challenges our assumptions and our fixed thoughts and beliefs. So we can address a situation from various perspectives. It is also important to expose yourself to new experiences and also develop emotional intelligence in which we take account of various points of view. Again, if you remember, we talked about developing perspective taking when it comes to family environment as well. So it is very much related to how even a family deals with conflicts and difference of opinions, because that's how we develop an understanding that two people can think differently and we can all put it together. And lastly, it's very important to develop a dialectic frame of mind. A dialectic frame of mind is essentially understanding that opposites can coexist. It is not either or, it is not black or white. Most of the things exist somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the gray, and we need to be ready for that. Then we have a very all-powerful source, usually called God, who controls the universe and destiny. It involves the ways in which people fulfill what they hold to be the purpose of their lives and search for a meaning of life and sense of connectedness to the universe. This is very important because it goes back to the 5 C's that we started with: a connection with the universe and a higher purpose that we can all strive towards. At the same time, spirituality is much more personal and unique because everybody has their own approach of understanding the universe and relating to it. A lot of us believe in Bhagavad Gita, and there are a lot of lessons that people do draw from it, which help them. For example, when it comes to apne karm karo, or doing the deed and not being that affected by the fruits that we get from it, not expect too much out of it, makes us ready for failures and also helps us be resilient in our approach to keep doing what is right and what is needed. Similarly, understanding that life or our lives, human lives, are just transient also builds a greater idea that universe in itself is quite permanent, but we are transient, and our problems are not that significant in the larger scheme of things, even if they are very significant to us in the moment. And there are a lot of other people who are facing much worse issues, and we can empathize with them and see how we can build gratitude in our circumstances where we feel that there are certain positive aspects in our lives. So it brings a social connectedness as well, and also a relation with the universe. What can we do to build faith and spirituality? First is silence. Silence is not only verbal, but also mental and emotional. We don't make any plans. We just come in total harmony with ourselves and sit in silence, observe and introspect, and just be with ourselves. Second is to meditate regularly twice a day. Again, to teach living in the present. Meditation can again be mindfulness meditation, where you're just focusing in the present moment, because our mind tends to go in the past or the future, but it's the present that matters. Third is to engage in social service, where helping others provides an understanding of the world. And third and fourth is spending time with nature, where we can go for a walk in the park or start gardening and relate ourselves with the nature and find spirituality through it, through nature. Last but most importantly, we have seen earlier as well, but it becomes extremely important to understand that our physical is extremely related to our mental health. It affects our mental health because of its effects on hormones and neurotransmitters, which in turn affect mental health. It's a bi-directional relationship. Our mental health affects physical health, and physical health affects our mental health. Physical problems like chronic health issues, pain, etc., also cause severe stress. When we are active, there is lesser stress because lesser cortisol is produced. It improves our mood, it lifts self esteem, it lowers the risk of depression, our sleep is improved, and it also affects our cognitive functioning, and it's seen to slow down dementia as well. So, what can we do to build our physical health? First, it's very important that everybody involves themselves in some physical activity, which is at least 150 minutes of moderate physical activity a week. That has been recommended through evidence. Second is to maintain muscle. Strengthening our muscles is very important to keep them active, to keep ourselves active. Third is to find a healthy weight and mind the metabolism, which lowers the risk of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and many other chronic diseases as well. It is important to exercise more and adjust the diet. And when we say adjust the diet, it's not only limiting unhealthy food, but also including a variety of healthy foods. Lastly, it's very important to build healthy habits. It is important to boost the ability to create and sustain a healthy lifestyle. Being healthy for a few days might not have that great an impact, but being consistent with it, even if we're making small changes once a day, it will have a much larger impact on both physical as well as mental health. In conclusion, there are various factors which interact with each other. Our environmental factors interact with the individual factors. A lot of our factors of resilience are dependent on each other, like cognitive flexibility is responsible for adaptive coping, and so on and so forth. Hence, it's important to take each of these factors into account when we are developing ourselves. And most importantly, it's a focus on mental health promotion, which will pave the way for future, and not just eliminating the mental disorders from our lives. Because mental health promotion will lead to not only a protection from the mental disorders, but also a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Manjishta. Very nice. And you elaborated and added on resilience, how to build up mental health development, and much appreciate your effort. It is, Aline, as I said, it is an alignment of our philosophy, the way we look at students' psychological problem. They are facing challenges after challenges. So when we try to discuss the risk, we will elaborate on it further. But risk is to be understood in relation with capacity, the person's own internal capacity to cope. Whatever be the challenges, at the end of the day, the person has to develop a coping mechanism and cope with the situation. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now I have great pleasure introducing my next speaker, Professor Manushri Gupta. He's a young professor of psychiatry in Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi, and we are delighted to have him on board. He is one individual who identifies with youth mental health problems very well, teaches, does research, and is is in clinical issues and number of administrative matters that he is involved with. Professor Gupta, it's a pleasure to have you. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and thank you so much, Dr. Srivastav and the Mansik Shakti Foundation for inviting me to today's very important webinar targeted at university students and school, and looks at it's a holistic worldview of what's happening in the schools and colleges, and where we can intervene, and in what sense scientifically backed mechanisms can help our students and college going crowd. So I would begin my presentation on, I would be presenting on digital innovations and its implications on youth mental health. Uh, I hope my slides are visible and I'm clearly audible to the audience. So when I was assigned this very unique topic on digital innovations and student challenges, there were so many worldviews that I could have taken, so many paths I could have taken. But I would try to introduce this topic to especially the university going students and the school students who are actually in a flux, and they are interacting with the virtual world in a way which is far more different and challenging than what we are used to, our generation or maybe the generation preceding us used to interact with. Now the virtual world has come in very close contact with the real world, and sometimes it's very difficult to differentiate between the two. So the challenges faced by the youth, how their virtual identity is formed, the period of adolescence and the virtual identity and the virtual world to the audience. Then we might go on to delve upon some problems or the problem statements that the youth today are facing in terms of mental health challenges, mental disorders, substance use, digital addiction. So these are the pressing, the burning topics that the youth faces today. And then we are going to talk about what are the innovations taking place in the digital world, especially related to mental health. So adolescence is a very, very critical period, as some psychiatrists and psychologists present over here might also appreciate that it's a fascinating period. I think no other period in the human evolution or human lifespan is so exciting, and so much is happening inside the brain. So adolescents and young adults, this is a very critical age group between, let's say, 13 and 25, where most of the brain maturation takes place. Unfortunately, most of the mental illnesses strike before an individual turns 20. So this is a period where we can actually intervene and make some difference to an individual's lifespan and how is he going to develop cognitively and emotionally. So we are talking about an age group between 13 and 25, which in psychiatry and neurosciences is a period where a lot of changes are taking place in the brain. So a lot of new cells being formed. I think in no other period so much new cells are being formed in the brain, and so much cells which are redundant, so many neurons and synapses, the connections and the circuits in the brain which are redundant and no longer in use are going to die. So that's one process known as pruning that we are aware of. So some new formation and some old cells dying. This is how the adolescent brain looks like. And the maturation usually is completed by the age of 25 years. So by definition, it's a transitional stage of physical and psychological development that occurs during the period from puberty to adulthood. It's accepted that this age lies between 13 to 18 years, but neuroscientifically speaking, it lasts up to 25 years. So we are looking at adolescents and young adults as a single group entity. Now, the key development goals of adolescence are forming an identity. Here, the first, the brush with relationships and intimacy apart from your parents actually take place, and peer group and communication. So these are very three psychological processes that take place during adolescence. And fault in any of these, any deficits in forming identity or forming relationships, or how do you interact with your peer group, has a lot of bearing on what how you would behave and how you would emotionally mature later on in your adulthood and later life. So all development is influenced by culture and cultural tools. This is a concept that is given to us by one of the very eminent theorists of social cognitive theory, that is Vygotsky. He was in not in agreement with Piaget that we know of. Piaget is a very famous psychologist who gave the theory of cognitive development in children. But Vygotsky believed that peer group communication is actually the most important foundational stone on which emotional and cognitive maturity takes place. He provided us with concepts like technical tools and psychological tools, which are very important to for an individual to form his own identity, to actually internalize what the outside world is trying to teach him. For example, a child going through adolescence would try to internalize how his parents react to various situations, or how are their behavior in response to various environmental stimuli. For example, any conflict with family, how does a parent handle it? Similarly, the teachers at school are also very important. So the child is actually observing, internalizing, and actually learning from it. So some of these unconscious processes that are going on around us bear a very important role in our lives. How do we become a person? What is our identity? So these are cultural tools. Now, why I'm explaining these concepts to you is because our cultural tools have changed from around 25 years ago or 50 years ago. What were the tools that we used to assimilate and inoculate in ourselves have completely changed. Now the virtual world, the social media has a lot of bearing on an adolescent brain. So as compared to around 20 years back, we used to interact much more with our peers, or the physical interaction was much more. But now the interaction is largely limited by social media. We may have close to 700, 800 friends on Facebook or Twitter or Snapchat, but in reality, it's hard to find two or three close friends. So our society is changing. Now, this important concept of virtual identity, why this identity becomes important in today's connected world to say, it's very important to form one's identity, who you are, how would you behave as a person, how do you interact with your environment. That is the whole concept of identity. It is a continual experience of the individual self, of that person's authenticity, as well as identification with life's role and expectations belonging to bigger or smaller groups. So the virtual representations of these are your social profile. The unconscious representations of your virtual identity are your fantasies. How do you fantasize about what are your wishes and your complexes? You can actually consciously change your profile, your virtual identity, or maybe your even real identity if you actually put your mind to it. For example, I would give you an example. In today's world, the multiplayer games, for example, youth are very much involved in gaming. So some of these games offer you a role-playing experience. For example, you can become somebody who you are not. So if you're an introverted person or a very shy person in the gaming world, or if you're playing a game which has a multiplayer online real role play option, you can become someone who is very extroverted, who can provide leadership, or someone who's struggling with body image issues, or does not consider himself to be or herself to be as beautiful as the social expectations are. You could actually become someone else in that role playing game. So it's you attain a virtual identity, what you wished for, but it's very difficult to achieve in the real world. So we'd come and discuss this point later on. Um, so an introduction to the virtual world. So everything is the umbrella is the internet. That is what keeps us connected and provides us a sense of cohesion amongst the communities. So internet governs all these mass media, social media, games, virtual reality, and there are certain sub-classifications within all of these. So, for example, this is an example of a mass media website. It's for example, a news website. It's a mass media. It's a one-way communication to everyone. So, as opposed to mass media, social media sites like Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or even gaming sites, these offer a two-way communication between the consumer and the one providing the content. So these are the examples of social media sites. Instagram, Tinder, a great way. I wouldn't say great, but it's a very popular way for adolescents and youths to form relationships. We can delve upon, we can argue upon how strong are those relationships and what is their meaning, but it's there, it exists. Similarly, Facebook, very popular. Then there are forums on which you can talk about certain existential issues or maybe mundane issues, any issue that you would like to, but you would find like-minded people on these forums. So it gives us a very unique, tailored view of what view or perspective or issues that we are struggling with. Then there are blogs. I'm sure everybody is aware of blogs. Then there are video logs. So these are very popular means of social media and connection with the adolescents and youth today. Then there are games. There are scripted games. Then there are multiplayer, massively multiplayer online role-playing games that I talked about. So here it gives you an option to form a virtual identity. So now I come back to why I was showing you these slides. I wanted to emphasize upon what is the difference between mass media and social media. As I said, mass media is one way and one to many. It's a broadcast medium, like radio was, like television was. Similarly, news websites, they broadcast and they are one way. Social media is a two-way communication, and it actually gives you attention, and it's a one-to-one medium of communication. Consumer participation is passive in mass media, while it's active. It connects the consumer in social media. Information could be controlled. Now, here comes the question of regulation and privacy issues by the government. So mass media can be controlled easily, it can be censored, the content can be tailored to what the political dispensation would like. But social media is much more liberal. It's very difficult, it's almost impossible to put a tab on social media websites. And some of its content is quite, it provides a challenge to us as mental health professionals because it alters lives of so many people in so many ways. So you have gaming addiction, then you have gambling. So these kind of problems actually arise from social media. One of the very important uh, harmful effects of social media is the changes in the body images, the conventional body images that are the ideal body type is changing so rapidly every 5 years. And similarly, the information delivery is transient with limited number of target channels in mass media, whereas social media is continuous. It bombards us with information, and there are unlimited channels. I'm sure you must all have experienced the reels that are the craze today. The TikTok, the reels, they provide you so much reward, your brain so much rewards that it becomes so much addictive. I myself share my experience that sometimes it's very difficult for me myself to switch off the reels or the TikTok or the YouTube shorts because it's so addictive. I can actually appreciate what's happening to the brain of the people who are so addicted to these channels. So that's a brief explanation of how mass media differs from social media, and these are certain examples of the social media and what's happening to the virtual world outside our offices. Now let's come to the problem statement. What is the problem? Why we are discussing and holding these seminars or the current webinar? So the certain statements that I would like to make, and we can have a discussion later on, that half of all mental illness begins by age 14 years. Half, 50% of all mental illness. Once mental illness, as we all know, are mostly chronic in nature, and it's very difficult to actually get rid of them, of the chronic illnesses, if you once have it. So they might be episodic, they might continue, but it's very difficult to be free from mental illness for always. So half of all mental illness begins by age of 14. Half of patients with anxiety and depression have symptoms before the age of 30 years. And there is growing recognition of importance of building resilience and moving towards positive psychiatry. I'm sure the last speaker did a very good job of conveying how to build resilience and the aspects of preventive psychiatry, how we can prevent from mental illness to actually taking hold of our adolescents and youth. Certain statistics from India: 23% of school children in India suffer from mental health problems. This is from a recent NIMHANS study. And most common mental health problems in students are related to anxiety, depression, and behavioral problems. One might want to add substance use problems to this as well, because they form, I think, one of the bulk of the risk factors towards mental illness, and by themselves, substance use disorders are very difficult disorders to treat. So several factors have contributed to health problems in students. This is from the similar study, the one from NIMHANS, and these include the stress, especially the stress of adolescence, like physical changes taking place, emotional changes taking place in the youth. And then there are questions, existential questions, like what you're going to do with your career, how you're going to study, how are you going to handle your relationships. So these lot of problems coming in adolescence between the age of 13 and 20 years. Then there is an issue of the ever present the bull in the room, that is bullying, family problems, and trauma. These are the major issues that lead to common mental health problems, including anxiety, depression, and other behavioral problems. So we have seen a significant increase in the prevalence of mental health problems in adolescents and young adults, with the worldwide prevalence rate of mental disorders in this group now estimated to be 13.4%. In the Indian figures are somewhere between 7 to 8%, but as a conservative estimates, the figures are between 7 to 15% of our adolescents and young adults, that is the age between 13 to 25, are suffering from mental disorders. So this 7 to 15% is the ballpark figure. Access to evidence-based psychological treatment is severely limited by the supply of trained mental health practitioners, and it is estimated that 75% of this group with mental health problems are to receive no treatment of all. So the problem lies in the delivery of the traditional methods of care. For example, the traditional methods that we know of approaching a mental health professional like a psychiatrist or a psychologist or even a counselor is quite difficult, and 75% of those who actually need it don't get it. India is home to a number of adolescents globally, largest number of adolescents globally, comprising about a fifth of its population. That is a huge number, 243 million, or maybe now more than 250 million. 6% of the community and 23% of school children and adolescents have psychiatric disorders, similar figures. And India has the distinction or unfortunate distinction of having the highest youth suicide rate globally. And suicide is the leading cause of mortality in this population. This is from figures from the NFHS, the National Family Health Survey, which said that that suicide is the leading cause of death in the 15 to 24 years of age in our country. For a large number of years, this unfortunate distinction was held by road traffic accidents being the largest killer of youth, but now it has been overtaken by suicide. So what are the challenges in traditional mental health support? that we are so used to see, and how this digital innovations in mental health care is actually going to disrupt that. So first, the challenges, the obvious challenges in front of traditional mental health support is, of course, stigma. Traditional systems often perpetuate stigma around mental health, discouraging youth from seeking help due to fear of judgment or discrimination. I have a first-hand experience because we run a counseling and wellness center at our institute at VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital in Delhi, and we have a student population of more than 1,000. So what we see is we opened a counseling and wellness center in the college building around 8 years back, and we had twice a week OPDs, or you could say the students could approach twice a week there because, of course, there is always a shortage of staff. But the students were actually hesitant to approach us in the college building, just going up one floor. And they would rather go to the other institute like AIMS or RMN Institute that is across the road or maybe 10 kilometers away from our institute to seek help. So we had to actually shut that down, counseling and wellness center, and because the serious cases would often land up in our OPD, but the problems that we were targeting by opening counseling and wellness center did not actually materialize because there is a lot of stigma to discuss your problems with your faculty, and your friends are often seeing you going into that room. So stigma is one of the major barriers to seeking mental health help anywhere. There is lack of access. As I said, youth face challenges in accessing mental health professionals due to long waiting times, limited availability, and geographical barriers hindering timely support. And of course, there are the question of high cost. So now, the why digital health is coming in such a big way, and it is understood that is accelerated by the COVID pandemic. So prior to the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of talk and I think theoretical discussions, but COVID pandemic actually forced us to adopt digital health in a big way. Now the WHO has come out with documents classifying the various digital health modalities, and it's a very extensive document. So but first let us understand what is digital health. So digital health actually encompasses mobile health that we might be aware of or we might be using as well. For example, the health application in our Apple iPhones, that is one of the example of mobile health. It actually measures your heart rate, your sleep patterns. And then there are other sensors or health information technology, for example, smartphones, wearable sensors, heart rate sensors, internet resources, and electronic health records. So together, they interact with the genetic, biological, social, and behavioral science to help consumers, clinicians, and researchers to measure, manage, and improve health and productivity. So the technology, the new technology interacts with the science that is rooted in genetics, biology, social and behavioral science, and these two combine together to help the consumers, that is the public at large, the adolescents that we are talking about, clinicians and researchers to measure, manage, and improve health and reproductive and productivity. So the rise of digital tools and mental health. What are the broad categories of digital tools and mental health? So mobile apps, as I think we would talk about in this webinar as well. One of the apps developed by Mansik Shakti Foundation, that is the No Tension for Students app. It offers a real-time assessment of students' mental health and offers recommendations to what to do about it. So it's one of the examples of mobile apps, and I'm sure you must be aware of a number of mobile apps to measure your heart rate, or maybe for meditation, or maybe for therapy. Some of you might have used these mobile apps, and it's a very fairly. I think there are more than 20,000 apps, mobile apps that are available across Android and iOS platforms. Then there are mental health chatbots taking technology further. So these are rooted in artificial intelligence, and I'm sure all of you must have used chatbots when we talk to for example, a Zomato chatbot. Where is our delivery? You must have had experience with these chatbots. Now they are coming to mental health in a big way. So they utilize what is known as natural language processing and NLP, and it learns from what you are asking and what other users are asking, and provides you solution. So it can be accessed from anywhere, these chatbots, and they are in a stage of early development, and we would be having some advanced chatbots later on. Online therapy platforms are mushrooming day by day. There was a webinar that I attended as a faculty recently, where all the platforms of who provide online counseling and therapy. It was a 2-day workshop, and I could see so many platforms. I'm not sure about their viability and feasibility, whether all these platforms would be required. But it's very heartening to see that mental health is being taken in such a serious way that people are uh, doing startups and investing so much in these platforms. So there must be, I think, consolidation later on where we get some very good online therapy platforms. And then we come to the virtual reality experiences. These are very state of the art experiences. For example, in patients with the anxiety or phobias, these platforms, I would demonstrate through a video later on of how these VR platforms can help people with anxiety or phobias or PTSD, post traumatic stress disorder. So why do we need this digital mental health transformation is the burning question. Is there a need, or are we just going with the flow? So what are the advantages of digital mental health transformation? First of all is the accessibility it provides. So it's available 24/7. So it cuts down on some of those barriers that we have, that a person might have to seeking mental health. And it could be actually a very good stepping stone for someone who's not very used to or has experience in seeking mental health help. So these digital platforms can actually break that barrier. The person might go on to the traditional platforms later on, or maybe see a psychiatrist or a psychologist later on. But so breaking that barrier is very important, and it provides a real world data, and it provides a more comprehensive picture of the client using EMA as an ecological mood assessment. Or so this EMA is it's a very fascinating concept. So when you're interacting with a digital platform, you can have pop-ups and questions that are asked in the real time. So it can have a real-time assessment of the person's mood or the mental state at any given point of time. So it provides a real-world data and a more comprehensive picture of the client. Future proofing. So we can actually go on to develop these platforms and learn from the deficits that these platforms might have, and continually go on to have a better representation of what the client actually wants. And it can act as a digital glue. So I would try to explain this concept of digital glue. So digital glue is like filling the gaps in the traditional mental health system. So there are dropouts of patients that we experience so often, and there are certain deficits that the client might face, that he is not very happy or satisfied with the traditional models of delivery. So here the digital platforms or the digital tools can act as glue and give a more robust framework to the client to actually benefit from it. So these are the top trends and innovations in mental health technology, mental health apps for better monitoring, as we discussed. Then there are AI-powered therapy chatbots. What we are in therapy, if we go on to the next slide, you'll see what are the approved modes of virtual therapy, virtual reality in therapy that we have. Then gamification, telemedicine and remote care, predictive analytics for mental health. Predictive analytics is how you are going to pan out. It based on artificial intelligence and predictive modeling and machine learning. The tools can actually predict how your mental health is going to be, and based on what help you're seeking and what is your current social status, or maybe how you are interacting with that tool, so it can provide a recommendation or a prediction on your future mental health. So wearable devices are coming up in a big way in the US, and there are a number of trials that are going in the US and the Western world on wearable devices. So they measure so many parameters, especially in although its use is growing in mental health, but its use has been shown to be very productive in chronic illnesses like diabetes or hypertension or even cancer. So there are a number of wearable devices that are in use in the US, and they might be coming to us very soon. Online support communities or forums, digital therapeutics, we'll talk about in detail a bit later on. So these are the suite of technologies that are currently with us, and it shows the for example digital intervention that were in the earlier phases of digital mental health, and now we are moving on to artificial intelligence, as in all the modalities or the fields of health and otherwise. Artificial intelligence is being adopted in a big way, because I would go on to enumerate the advantages of AI later on. But for example, the more basic digital interventions could be psychoeducation or mood tracking or mindfulness app like the Calm app and digital diaries. Now we are moving to virtual reality, and it has shown to benefit people with PTSD or phobic anxiety disorders. For example, a person who is having claustrophobia can put on a virtual reality excuse me, device, and then the therapist would provide the VR image of a larger room, then try to teach relaxation techniques to the client, and then later on the room size keeps getting smaller and smaller. So this is how we used to do it in the real world. But with the help of digital technologies, this could be telescoped in a way and adopted by a large number of people. So it actually breaks down the barrier of accessibility in a big way. And as we talked about natural language processing, the chatbots, smart speaker, your speech analysis, how you're talking, can the the machine can actually learn what is your mental state based on what words you are using, what connotations you are using, and how your speech is rhyming. So these are very smart devices. Then data sciences are data science and supervised machine learning. This phenomenon of clustering is being used in mental uh, tele helplines, telehealth helplines, and other helplines as well. So clustering actually gives an idea of what kind of callers actually call to your helpline, when the time of the call, and so they triage and provide better delivery to people who actually need it. So this technology is being used for mental health deliveries, mental health delivery, and then we have computer and sensing, your facial expression analysis, your psychophysiology, the facial expressions and the speech modulation that you are using. So the robot can sense it actually, and can make you aware that you might be suffering from mental health problem, and what recommendations or what modalities could be helpful to you. So this second figure gives you actually a more static and more to it is the first few, the two columns give you more static technologies, and later on the social robots and the columns to the right give you a more variable kind of digital technologies which can adapt to the user as well. So as I mentioned earlier, these are the number of digital tools that are available in the US and the Western world. And some of these have been approved. For example, this breakthrough product in opioid use disorder. Opioid use disorder is a big problem, big epidemic in the US. And this Reset O is one of the device program that has been expedited to gain approval. Similarly, in PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, these virtual reality headsets can have been approved by the FDA for use in such patients. And there are a number of programs like Pivot program for smoking cessation, then Kaya Health for musculoskeletal pain, Vorvida for alcohol use disorders. So these utilize augmented reality. Augmented reality is something which enhances your real environment with virtual reality. So it's a merger of real and the virtual, and it is known as augmented reality. So these are certain. It's just a brief picture of what is happening in the world of digital therapeutics. So ways of connected medical device technology adoption in clinical trials. So in the past, we had ECGs and spirometry or glucose monitoring. That's it. Maybe BP monitoring, but now we are going to actigraphy, the automatic vitals monitoring, for example, a BP device or the glucose 24-hour glucose monitoring. So this is the present, but we are going on to voice and audio device biomarkers, facial imaging device digital markers, handheld smaller imaging device, ambulatory EEG that is providing an EEG picture, 24-hour EEG picture, or maybe when you are interacting with the environment, when you are stressed, how your EEG varies. So these are the major waves of digital technology that has taken place. So we are somewhere here, and we are going on to the future with the precision actigraphy, biomarkers, handheld devices, and various monitors of body parameters. So this is a very interesting quote that I came across, that the two hardest problems in computer science are people, and secondly, convincing computer scientists that the hardest problem in computer science is people. So why I mentioned this quote here is, however fascinating, however cutting edge or state of the art your digital technology is, it won't work if the user interface or the client acceptability is not there. So the most important aspect of any digital app or mental health technology or any digital health technology is how it interacts with the user. Whether the user find it easy to use, intuitive to use, or maybe it's solving problems that the user actually wants to be solved. So these are certain factors. So anything that has to be designed, any digital app has to be designed keeping the user in center. It doesn't have to be cutting edge computer technology. So that is what is known as translational digital therapeutics. So from the lab, how it transforms into something which is very useful for the client is very important. So there have been there has been an explosion of apps. So if you search on your Google Play Store or the iOS for mental health apps, I'm sure you would be coming across hundreds of such apps. And some apps are actually very helpful, and they have been accepted very well by the users. So a number of apps for depression, 243 apps, suicide prevention, there are a number of apps. I'm not sure about how robustly they are backed by science or they are evidence-based, but they actually provide some help. A start maybe to someone who is seeking a professional or maybe some help. So there are a number of apps on the platform, on digital platforms. So these are the major platforms. Android platforms, we are all aware of, iOS platforms. Microsoft Windows platform is now only limited to the PCs and no longer used. I think Windows Phone has shut shop. And there are Windows and Linux platforms. So these are the mobile health platforms. For example, Apple Health Platform. It has evolved now with the latest iterations of iOS. Now iOS is iOS 17 in current use, and similarly, Health Platform has evolved. So this was the earlier how it started the Apple Health platform. Now it has evolved to include so many parameters. And Android platform often offers more platforms than the iOS platforms. So these are the basics that the digital platform started from. Wearable devices measure your heart rate, your sleeping patterns, your eating patterns, your movement patterns. So these devices are, I think, used by many of us. So this is a short video of virtual reality. This was taken from a Samsung ad, and I just wanted to show how this could help in patients suffering from anxiety or PTSD or phobic disorders. So this is a very basic device. Now the device has evolved, and there are. This was the Samsung device. Now devices by Apple, Microsoft are in the market. So this video was just to introduce the virtual reality to all of you. I'm sure most of you have used it as well. But this has huge applications in medical science, especially mental health platforms. For example, the devices that I showed earlier, the names of the devices that I showed earlier, have been approved for use in post-traumatic stress disorder and phobic anxiety disorder. And we are also at our institute, we are soon going to open a virtual and augmented reality studio where we can utilize these technologies to deal with the patients suffering from anxiety and depression and also substance use disorders. So this has very good usage in mental health treatment. Now, what is augmented reality? As I said, it alters your real world with something superimposed. This is a virtual world, and the tables and the chairs that you see in this video are real. But this cup and this and this advertisement are not real. So virtual upon real is known as augmented reality, and this also has pretty good usage and implications in mental health treatment. So avatars that has been approved for treatment and providing treatment in even psychotic disorders and depression and anxiety disorder. So avatar therapy is approved for use in the UK, and one of the examples of avatars is this Wobot by IBM. Okay, so this was one of the first robots or virtual therapy platforms that was approved, and this was licensed by IBM. And we are now seeing an explosion of such therapy platforms where avatars can be very helpful in patients who are suffering from schizophrenia, depression, alcohol use disorder, and they provide some kind of cognitive behavioral therapy. I think cognitive behavioral therapy is the only form of therapy that is being used in digital therapy platforms, because other therapies like a psychodynamic or individual therapy are very difficult and to adopt to digital therapy platforms like Wobot. So now we come to new pathways of care, as opposed to traditional pathways of care. What are the new pathways of care for anybody who's suffering from a mental illness or maybe a mental health problem? So I'll take an example of Aradhya. Aradhya has been having trouble at work, and when she comes home, she's exhausted, yet she struggles to sleep. Everything seems difficult, even walking or talking to friends. She knows something is wrong but cannot pinpoint it. She should probably visit a doctor, but it seems too much of a trouble. So this initial barrier to seeking help is huge. Life and future look meaningless. So I think this picture, some of us might have experienced this feeling. So this Aradhya is a case maybe could be diagnosed with major depressive disorder. So in conventional methods of treatment of depression, Aradhya goes on to see a psychiatrist or clinical psychologist, provided he or she is available there and Aradhya is able to afford their fees. Reviewing her symptoms, there are symptoms of insomnia, low energy levels and activity, poor appetite, and ability to focus. So I think a clear diagnosis of major depressive disorder could be made, and she would walk out of the psychiatrist office with a prescription for antidepressants, exercise recommendations, and therapy planning. That they would start CBT or any kind of therapy later on. So this is what usually happens when a person or a young person goes through an episode of depression. Now, digital mental health tools, how could they have changed Aradhya's life? App on her phone detects changes in Aradhya's heart rate variability, activity levels, mood tracking, and sleep patterns. It immediately gets to know that she is suffering from something. App recommends an app-based assessment which takes 5 minutes and generates a report. One of the examples that I gave earlier, one of the apps developed by Mansik Shakti Foundation is No Tension for Students app. I think it is going through iterations and it would be available fully released on the platforms very soon. App offers to set up a teleconsultation with a psychiatrist. App continues to monitor her parameters and compliance with treatment. App has inbuilt safety plan in case of suicidal risk. So you see, the conventional has now been overtaken by digital modes of treatment, and it provides solutions to so many of our problems that we, as mental health professionals, experience that and often empathize with our clients that they might be experiencing. So it breaks down the barrier of accessibility, it breaks down the barrier of stigma, breaks down the barrier of cost. Most of these platforms are free to use. Most of these apps are free to use, provided, and they might offer some premium content, but initial assessment and recommendations are often free. So this is example of one of the reports that is generated by this No Tension for Students app. So you see it can measure your level of mental stress, risk for mental health condition. It gives you a score. It actually gives a quantitative score on how much of anxiety or stress that you might be experiencing. What is your level of symptomatology, and what is your reserve? What is your resilience, and how can you fight that? And then in the end, it can provide you with certain recommendations, and it could be a very huge help to someone who is 16 and experiencing mental health issues. So this is just the in last slide. How could your smartphone could be so powerful that it can? So it has a Wi-Fi which can track your location when GPS is not available, where you are actually going. It has an accelerometer or gyroscope. It tracks general physical activity, useful in all disorders. It has an ambient light sensor, can offer information about sleep environment or help provide sleep hygiene measures.
और चर्च में भी अब अभी ये वो हो गया हो खूब विशाल है बेबी
Yes. I think
ओके
I request you, please mute your. No, I'll come to this slide again. So that we're talking about the camera, it can track facial expression, may reveal mood and anxiety states, as well as eye movements that may reveal medication side effects and offer clue to diagnosis. The touch screen can track response time and time to complete tasks.
Where will you find these presentations?
Proximity sensors track social behavior useful in all disorders. When a person is withdrawing from social interactions, these sensors can actually alert you or the therapist. Microphone can help you do a speech analysis. The GPS can track social rhythms or entropy useful in all disorders. Heart rate sensors can convey so much information about your anxiety levels, your mood levels. And Bluetooth or near field communication can track proximity to other Bluetooth devices useful for measuring social relationships or check-ins at doctor appointments. So I would come to the end of my presentation, and I would be glad to answer any questions that one might have. Thank you so much.
I think, Professor Gupta, you did an excellent job raising the expectations of interaction for this new field that you are referring to. And see, our society is caught in paradox. On one hand, we are struggling to create conditions which can deal with stigma, that people don't want to talk about it. And on the other hand, we have billions of dollars invested and profited in mobile digital application for mental health. I do not know. I would like to see your comments that what do you think for early diagnosis and intervention? Are these technologies seeing the rural India, semi-urban India, and urban India? What do you think? What is the position? Where do we position them? Do you find them accessible tool which people will definitely take and they can overcome the stigma, can circumvent the stigma? Do you see that happening?
Yes, in a big way, sir. Thank you for your question. 60% of all low income and minority groups in India actually hold a smartphone right now. That is the ownership of smartphones in our country, 60%. And that's a huge number given our population. And these digital mental health technologies are actually acting as a disruptor. Right. So what we saw with digital payments and the Aadhaar, the UDID project that Government of India took. So the ramifications and the advantages to the population who has not been served, who are the last in the line, are huge. Right. Similarly, with digital health and digital mental health platforms, we are coming up with various ideas and innovations in this field, but we are yet to see large-scale adoptions. Maybe our community itself is not very convinced to begin with. So first of all, we need to adopt these digital tools in our patient population, and then we can go on to the larger public.
You know, I would share some personal understanding that India is at a crossroad of legal activism and digital technology.
Right, sir.
And I really fear that some institutions, my fear is, might link digital technology to admissions, college subject allocations, and even assessment in the examinations. What legal views Supreme Courts will have at that point of time will be revolutionary. It has not happened in America because in America, they confine themselves to patient population.
Yes.
Like this NEET and Supreme Court judgment and National Mental Health Policy, digital technology, this new confluence is likely to emerge. We don't know if someone comes up with the very fundamental assessment of cognition, which is so far has been very difficult, of cognition, intelligence, aptitude, attitude, and what if that becomes integrated? I was told
Right.
that once UPSC tried to integrate intelligence test, and the case was in UP High Court long back.
Okay.
So, on one side, we have a very heavy judicial activism in this country. We have very strong community force of students. We have two side of people. One is technologically savvy and advanced, and others are very conservative.
Yes.
And then we have mental health, and it is likely that mental health will become more fashionable rather than serving the cause of people suffering from mentally ill. These are my fears, really. Would you have a comment, please?
So yeah, fears are perfectly justified, sir. Uh, when we talk about anything digital, the huge question that comes to our mind is issues related to privacy.
Right.
Right. Supreme Court did try to actually delve upon this topic some years back, and they backtracked because they did not have the answer. Whether an individual right is more important or the state's right to know what the individual is doing is more important. So this is a very big question, huge question, sir. I don't think any government in the world has been able to answer it satisfactorily. So, but one thing I'm pretty sure, digital technology will push through most barriers, sir. Like we have seen in our lifetimes, we did not never imagine the kind of the digital landscape that we are seeing right now. Even yes, sir.
But actually, my excitement has been Uber, seeing the
Uber.
experiment of Uber.
Yes.
It was eye-opener. And I have quite a number of people, my brother, my son, they all are into this, and they very passionately debate in the family. And I hear those things. Though there were reservations, I knew that I have to respect clinical skills of psychiatry, being from that school of thought.
Right.
But then I have been telling myself, so what? Accessibility is more important.
Right.
It's like whether you are in desire of perfect, you want
Yes.
to get the excellent,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
So that kind of a thought process pushed me to construct something. It's not perfect, but
Yes.
we are in the process of innovating, understanding,
Yes.
understanding. Our thoughts were that we will not integrate artificial intelligence
Right.
at this point of time. We
That's fine.
we should try to bring out, like, something, Roshak, bring out the patient data by patient themselves. I mean, sorry, by subject themselves, that encourage them to make a statement and try to interpret. That was the approach.
Okay.
Because as we all know, eyes do not see what the brain does not know.
It does not.
So when artificial intelligence, you provide them cues, they stand guided and they build story on that.
Yeah.
So if I say, gentlemen, are you suffering any of the following: anxiety, depression, trauma, etc., the story has gone. Instead, if I tell them, please describe what you want to
Yes.
say. So that's
Open-ended. Yes.
open-ended. So there was a professional as well as academic, a lot of conflict. Somehow we are trying to learn, but I never realized that this word suddenly has become so vast from
Yes. Yes.
US and India, that it is a very different word. Now maybe we will have to write the assessment of a patient very differently, that you don't observe, only interpret.
Okay.
Psychiatry has been, say, for example, if somebody comes and his mood does not display congruent depression, we would refuse perhaps to accept whatever he says.
Yes.
That's what has been the teaching. But now we have to learn the new rules, that believe what he says, keep the observation away, and then construct. So that is how this has been. The trial is going on. Try to
Right, sir.
believe what he or she says rather than you having. Now, my another experiment in this is asking those who are at a higher risk, asking them to record a video of 5 minutes and upload it,
Yeah.
and then have it analyzed. I don't know how will it go, because I still want to go back to clinical psychiatrists and want them to examine, which is very hard. Other parties say no, AI can do that, but
Yes, sir.
AI can do that, but then it's going to be
That is not our comfort zone, sir. That is the
yeah. Oh yes,
problem
you're
that
right.
that is not our comfort zone.
Why is that? Why is that? What do you think?
From personal experience, I would like to say that we would all go through an epiphany moment
Mhm.
when technology actually pushes us into acceptability. We
Looks
would all go through that because we are resisting as older generation and maybe
I know.
your generation before me. We are all resisting this, right? And I can clearly remember my epiphany moment when I accepted this technology is inevitable in psychiatry and it has to come,
Right.
where I whether I choose to learn it or become redundant, that's my choice.
Right. Right.
So I'm pretty sure that epiphany moment would come. I would like to tell what happened to myself when I got an DBT funded project.
Mhm.
I was part as a co-PI,
Right.
and someone from IIT Delhi approached me that we want to do an artificial intelligence based early diagnosis of autism,
Right.
and diagnosis as early as 2 years.
Right.
So they created the models. Then I came to learn about machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
And this was a 3-year project that I was part of. And the surprising finding was the machine was able to identify a child as young as 2 years with 99% congruency and accuracy
Right.
as compared to the other tests, that
Right.
the psychological
Exactly.
tests that we employ.
Yes. I mean,
So
I appreciate what you say and your
yes.
confession. I appreciate, and it's a learning process. I accepted it without fears, and I went into it that okay, I'll try to reassemble the car in with modern tools.
Yeah.
But perhaps it's not happening unless you embrace artificial intelligence. That's where
Yes.
that's stuck up. Uh,
Yes, sir.
that is why now just imagine the same tools with the help of AI would be very different. And see, as far as error of diagnosis is concerned, let us not be too obsessed with it. I tell you one experiment. 16 psychologists decided, you might have read some, to test whether psychiatrists can diagnose accurately or not. So this group of psychologists 16 of them went to 16 legally qualified psychiatrists in America. And they told the story, which was all fake. And all
Yes,
of
yes,
them, they gave them a DSM diagnosis.
yes, sir.
And then they
Yeah.
published what's going on.
It
So,
was it is the basis of the anti-psychiatric movement in US, sir, this study.
yes, it was one of that.
One of them. Yes.
But it gave them a very wrong methodology to convey whatever they wanted to convey. My another fear is these digital tools are going to be if they are positively powerful and transform and can you see we have 85% of gap and professionals serious problem with availability of professionals. In case these gadgets can aid say professionals to fill the gap, then it would be fantastic.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that is digital glue that I was talking about in my
Yes,
talk.
yes.
This is the digital glue, sir, that holds everything together.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I much appreciate. Very nice talk, and thanks for all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
I have great pleasure inviting my next faculty, Professor Sanjay Gupta from Banaras Hindu University, Kashi. Professor Gupta is a personal friend and he has a passion about stress and related disorder. And he has been working in the campus, in Indian Psychiatry Group, and everywhere, wherever he gets a chance to teach managing stress for students. Professor Gupta, over to you. Dr. Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm on mute now, and
you-
I'm putting my video in.
Please, you can share. Oh, yes, you look good.
Oh, that's good, but I'm not able to see you. Okay.
No. Yeah, you can see me here.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Over to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mansik Shakti is what we are going after, Mansik Shakti. Because Manobal is very, very important. If Manobal high, Josh, kaisa hai, Josh high hai. So Mansik Shakti is needed everywhere, whether it be in the physical forces of the army, or they be in the common man, or in our students who are going to be Nai India ka praroop jo banayenge. So fantastic. Thank you very, very much. And I distinctly appreciate the honor of being invited. And I would like to congratulate all the speakers who have come before me for an excellent presentation. I'd just like to take my screen. So, Dr. Simar, can you help me with the screen sharing? Screen. Yes, fine. I hope my presentation is now visible. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished chairperson, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear students. This is the Center of Excellence at the Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, where I am professionally affiliated with. And I would like to, I'd like to take up the issue of stressors. Okay. And for this presentation, I'd like to thank my junior resident, Dr. Simar Sachdeva. She's currently at JR. She's very dynamic. She's working in this field professionally. She's doing her dissertation on this, and plus she has other research works in this area also. And so thank you. She helped me with the slides. And this is my, thank you very much. I currently am director of the Khushhali Happiness Foundation, which strives for happiness in everyone. So let's come to the topic. We've talked about stress management so many times. Simar, can you just see whether this is on? Yes, put this on. We've talked about stress management so many times, but I'm going to take a case-based approach. It's a very different way of identifying stress, which is very, very difficult to identify videos. on. So identifying and addressing stressors in students, a case-based approach. And this work is also associated with the Global Association of Positive Psychiatry. The overview of my talk is that the first is the introduction, then how do we identify stress? How do we diagnose stress? Then I'm going to give you some case-based samples. And then how do we cope with the stressors? And then what is the Khulshali philosophy for a stress-free, healthy, and happy life? Well, stress is highly multifaceted. Identifying stress, we all know, is very, very difficult. When people come, you have in this university, you have the student counselors. And when the students come to the counselors, they come to us and they say, well, I think, got this problem, but he's not accepting it. So, we take that first step is acceptance. First of all, you acknowledge your stressor, and then you accept your stressor, and then understand the stressor, and then do something about it. But the problem is, if we have got the wrong stressor, if we picked up the wrong stressor in the individual, then what do we do? Are we really doing justice to this student? So through a unique tool called the Student Stress Dimension Questionnaire, it has become very easy for the counselors, for the psychiatrists, for the psychologists to identify the individual stress, and that too in a very objective manner. And how long does it take? Well, people will say, we don't have that time. Well, it takes only 20 minutes. It's Likert scaling, 20 minutes, and you have the whole life domains of the stress profile of the individual student. And this was developed and validated and published in 2016 in the Applied Journal of Indian Research. Well, talking about stress, well, there are some stresses which we all know about. Examination phobia, well, everyone has examination phobia. So it's hardly, anything. It's almost universally accepted that people are going to have that. But what we're talking about today is the common daily stressors. I call them the CDS. I'm not talking about the post-traumatic stressors. I mean, those stressors which are of that intensity to cause a trauma. But those stressors which are very, very mild, but they're nagging you, they're along with you. And with those mild stressors, which you have you have a lot of difficulty in identifying, it becomes very different and very difficult to balance the life goals and your achievements. So this individual specific thing, and what does this SSDQ do? How are we able to produce the assessment of stress? This is the graph that you can see. This graph indicates 10 holistic dimensions that life in, whether it's a student, whether it's a job person, or anyone, a housewife, a lady doing a PhD, or someone trying to do a NEET UG or NEET PG. They're all having a lot of domains: the family domain, the personal domain, the interpersonal, the social domain, the behavioral domain, their mood and thought domain. Another domain is the abuse. Abuse is very, it's becoming more and more common for people to accept that they have been abused, and that causes a lot of trauma, which nags you, which continues with you. And these are stresses which continue with you when you don't want them. You want good friends to continue with you, but you don't want these stressors to continue with you. But the problem is that they're very, very mild. So, you share it with anyone, people don't like me, people don't respect me. Oh, come on, take it easy. So people don't give importance to them. But then the problem is that you have like this scale has got 93 items. Now, in these 93 items, each domain has got maybe 9 or 10 questions. Some have got 15, 16 questions. And if there are 4 or 5 uh, positive yes to these questions, that means the person is stress loaded in one domain. Now, if you can see the left side, and there is a graph which goes up, and that is red. So what we've taken is 30 to 40 becomes optimal stress, or up to that level we can tolerate stress. But beyond that, as you know, the inverted U curve, the Kirk-Dodson's curve, that more the stress, the productivity goes down grossly. It's a gross reduction in your productivity, and it really tampers with your mental health, and you become stressed. So on the left side, you see a red Himalaya, a mini Himalaya, and on the right side, you see another Himalaya Parbat. And these are very, very significant loadings on the domains. So let's take the case study 1. We have not a patient, we have a student aged 20 years who's doing LLB second year. He had complaints of, he came to us at the counseling center, headache, generalized weakness, घबराहट, कभी-कभी बेचैनी होती है, चिंता करता हूँ, excessive worry. Parental concerns are that he's not going to college classes regularly. And on half an hour, 1 hour of discourse with the counselor, no definite stressor was identified. So the person was given this test. And lo and behold, what do you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 peaks on the red. That means 6 domains are heavily loaded. The only one which is not loaded is the abuse. So fortunately, this person has never suffered from abuse. And as you see that these are the domains affected, the personal domain, the interpersonal domain, the social domain, the so-and-so, all of these independent stressors is another concept. Now, when we looked at this person, what did he, from the SSDQ, what did we get? Well, he had a lot of sleep disturbance. नींद की बहुत शिकायत थी. He had stressful relations with people all around. जो अगल-बगल में किसी को पसंद नहीं करता था. Who wasn't able to manage time properly. पता नहीं समय कब, he was not going to classes, had a constant headache, anxiety. He wasn't able to work to his full capacity. He was not even, going to classes. So he said that he was constantly looked down upon. My friends, मेरे friends मुझे सम्मान नहीं देते हैं, respect नहीं देते हैं, और मुझे stress देते हैं. People at his small job that he had, they also were causing him a lot of stress. So he wasn't able to do anything, and he was constantly demotivated by the other people. And this caused a whole lot of dysregulation in his life. He used to blame others. मैंने क्या किया, ये तो लोग मुझे परेशान करते हैं, मेरी कोई गलती नहीं है. How can I do anything about it? He never felt like smiling. He always had negative ruminations about his past. ये past में मेरे साथ क्या हुआ, सब बुरा हुआ, बहुत बुरा हुआ. So, looking at these things, right? How do we manage this? This is a prime case जो usually हम लोगों के पास आता है. The sleep disturbances, there's a lot of relationship with the stress potentials. और जो SSDQ में जो cumulative stress loading इसकी थी, वो इसकी cumulative stress loading इसकी थी 402. 402 on the right, you can see the cumulative stress load is 402. That's just enormous, enormous. So we can expect that, this person was highly stressed. So about his sleep, what do you do? Well, you know about the sleep hygiene, the headache, the stressful relations with people and all of these. These are the things that we have to look at today. The person felt that he was not able to manage his time properly. So when people are not able to manage their time properly, what do they have to do? What do we have to advise? And self-help में आपको क्या करना चाहिए? Work-life balance आपको एक बनाना है कि what is the work-life balance? Work-life balance आप अपना जब आपके क्लासेस का टाइम है और जब आप वापस आते हैं तो दोनों को अलग अलग आपको एक बैलेंस बनाना है. फिर एक एक दिन में उसको तो मैं फिर अनम्यूट कर. हाँ, अनम्यूट कर. स्टार्ट वीडियो स्टार्ट करना. I'm sorry, we had got disconnected. We are back now. So time management is work-life balance. What are your priorities? What are your priorities? What do you want to do in your classes? What are the subjects that are your priorities? How are they going to help you later on in your competitions, in your goals? So the goals that you set, your time management will only appear once you are able to identify your priority and once you are able to develop your goals. So this is very, very important. The concept of demotivation, being demotivated by the people, well, there's no need to prove yourself to others. So there's no concept, if people are looking down upon you. How does it matter? I mean, there are hardly going to be any people who are going to bolster you. Everybody is going to put you down. Because it's a cutthroat competition. Everybody wants to kill you, literally. So you do not have anything to prove to others. You have to prove it to yourself. And your self-worth is very important. Your negative thoughts about the past that you are having, you have to reframe that. Once you reframe in the cognitive restructuring of your thoughts, you have to concentrate on not all the black of the past, but also of the white of the past. So if there have been bad things, there have also been good things. And through cognitive restructuring, what you've got to do, you've got to focus on your past goals, achievements, the past happiness that you have been able to establish. Further, when your relationships, whether they are in the class, with the teachers, with your friends, or at home, or with your relationships anywhere, you have to establish boundaries, both for the personal relationships as well as the professional relationships. This tells the other person, how much expectations are to be held. Now, if you say to your friend, look, I do not want you to joke about my appearance, I don't like it. Oh, you've set a boundary. And if that person wants to continue his relationship with you, the person will honor your boundaries. Similarly, with your professional teachers, if you must be sincere with your teachers, you must be respectful towards your teachers, but there is a certain level to which you have to listen to teachers, beyond which there is no need for you to go on. If the teacher interferes in your personal life, well, you can just respectfully, you can give a nod and can say, well, I will think about it. Thank you for the suggestion. And if there are so many suggestions, then you've got to give a small hint that those suggestions are really not helpful. Further, these looking down upon, the person may have a wrong concept of you. Maybe you're frowning all the time. So maybe, you have to look at your appearance. Are you frowning all the time? So why don't you smile? If you smile, the people who are looking at you are going to understand that you are happy. If you are going to frown, then people are going to understand that you are in a wreckful situation, and they're going to add to that trouble. So, plus this communication, when you communicate with the person, then your self-worth is visible to the other people. One is your facial appearance, the other is your communication. If you do not communicate with the individuals, well, they may have misunderstandings. And when you communicate, remember, you are not only going to speak, but you are going to listen also. Plus, your communication, please understand, must be soft, should not be loud. It should be clear, not confusing. I will see you in the evening today. I mean, it really doesn't say anything. I will see you in the evening tonight. What time, which place, what's the purpose? And then the other person doesn't turn up. And then you say, well, I told you I'm going to see you in the evening and you didn't turn up. Well, the other person says, well, I didn't think we had anything important to discuss. You didn't mention that. So your communication was at fault. So the communication has to be clear, soft, expressive, and there should be an element of mutual understanding in that communication. Plus, your lifestyle choices are very important. When you are eating snacks with your friends, what are you eating? Is it healthy? Is it not healthy? Are you practicing? Are you consuming substances which should not be consumed? Well, then you will be looked down upon. So your choice, your lifestyle choice of your diet and all should be proper. And further, you have to keep on developing yourself. Developing yourself means your skill sets, your resilience, your patterns of thoughts. Like, for example, if you get troubled, if you get troubled by someone roughing you up and saying, well, you're not looking good. Well, you've got to take that up and you've got to reconstruct your reaction to that. Well, I'm not looking good, I'm not looking good. And then, you take it to heart, oh, that person said, I'm not looking good. It's very simple, Then you say, well, okay, what don't you like in my dressing? And then you can go on further. Well, you may not like it, but I like what I'm wearing. So the concept of self-worth comes in. Plus, when you are volunteering, when you are doing community work, then you get a lot of acknowledgements. And along with that, people show a lot of gratitude. No one will be frowning upon you. Nobody will be looking down upon you. You will be the toast of the party. So all of these things are very, very important. So after we had done therapy with this person, you can see that how all of these peaks, I'll show you the peaks. These are the peaks. So many peaks here. 6 domains are affected. And here you can only see that only 2 domains remain affected. All the rest have been have improved. You take another case. I have to see the timing. The other case that we want to discuss is another subject, 18 years. He was doing MA history first year. He came with headache, loss of interest, decreased appetite, palpitations. Parents were concerned, again, not able to study. She was not studying. No definite stressor was identified, but lo and behold, no problem. The SSDQ was a giveaway. And you can see again, thankfully, fortunately, there was no abuse. And the familial and the stress coping was all right, but all the other domains were affected. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, I think 8 domains or 7 domains are affected in this individual. And what did we find out? Well, इसको नींद में दिक्कत होती थी, सर दर्द होता रहता था, काम करने में concentration नहीं बनता था, भूख नहीं लगती थी, not able to cope with the problems easily, wasn't able to talk to the family, wasn't having anyone to support her. And she used to become aggressive at times. Did not feel like doing anything. Body felt sad most of the time. And all the social relationships were tense. Her father was a chronic alcoholic who used to beat her. And so she felt she wasn't worth anything. So with all of these things in this person, you can see that there are stressors which are going to keep on nagging her in the household, with the father being a chronic alcoholic. And he was continuously beating her. So when we approached this patient or this student, there was a big problem with she was not able to concentrate at work. So when you were not able to concentrate at work, what we said is what you have to do is you have to create a lifestyle routine. And in that lifestyle routine, you won't be able to solve it. You won't be able to make it until you have clear goals. And those goals you have to set for yourself. You have a father who's a chronic alcoholic, fine, yes, that's a problem. So identifying the problem is also very important in this. And when we identify the problem, then we understand that this person, because he's a chronic alcoholic, needs professional help. And so that is going to be done. But what about the subject herself? Well, the subject herself has to lead her own life in these particular positions, in this particular environment. It's not so easy to just change the environment just then. So you make your routine, you prioritize your life, you focus on your life, and you prioritize what you want to do. And when you're not able to concentrate, then Another technique that you can use in the time management is the Pomodoro technique. The Pomodoro technique is that you have short, focused intervals of doing things. And many of the times, when you look for your goals, you have to attach some of your personal values. Maybe you can volunteer for community work. And in community work, maybe you can volunteer for those people who are having broken homes due to this problem of alcoholism. So you can associate that, you have this problem in your home. So you volunteer to help out. And it's a personal value that I am going to help others with that. And when you set that out, that in the morning I have to go at 10 o'clock, I have to work with this professional agency, I have to work with this NGO, I have to work with this network group. Then at 10 o'clock, I have to go. Then, because you have attached importance, you will get up and you will start doing your work. And once you start doing this work, it's not just the volunteering work which will continue to happen. It will wear off, it will also transpose on your scholastics. Your academic classes also will become better, more regular, because you're going to incorporate that in your routine also. And you're going to say that I'm going to work with this NGO at this time, at this other time, I have to attend classes, because if I don't attend classes, I will not be able to pursue other things in my dreams. And I want to change my status of my home. My home is a very unhealthy home. I want to make it very healthy. So I want to study very well. I want to go for competitions. I want to become a big, big officer so that I can change my system. I can change my status. I can change my things. Then you have to have minimum distractions with that. Don't let this alcoholism bother you. Produce with the professional help. You will have a routine that you will have to practice with the family. So don't do it alone. And once you start doing these activities, reward yourself. Once you reward yourself, you will keep on going. And with this professional agency working, you'll be able to change your environment to a particular level. Practice self-compassion. And this self-compassion is very, very important these days. What is self-compassion? Be understanding to yourself and be forgiving to yourself. So this is important. So lifestyle, your diet, your sleep is important, your hydration is important, your physical activity, maybe yoga, mental activity, maybe deep breathing exercises, relaxation exercises. Develop your social supports. You have identified the problem, you have sought professional help, and now you are going to monitor the progress of yourself as well as your fathers. And what do we have over the next 4 to 6 weeks? This was, I think, more than 8 weeks later. And you find that this person improved in this way. Again, another case number 3, where was an MBBS intern and had increased substance abuse, lacking in concentration, headache, insomnia was there. And what did we have? Just time. And what did the SSDQ give? It had 4 domains of high stress loading. And the domains included the personal domain, the interpersonal domain, the behavioral domain, and the familial domain. Market, the educational domain was spared. So whenever students come, the first thing that counselors say is, it's all about the education. It's the education which is causing the stress. So not always like that. So the similar, another case in this is The cumulative stress load in this case was 308. And after the activities were told to the person improved. So wasn't able to express his emotions to anyone, became irritable, wasn't able to concentrate on the task at hand, had low self-esteem, tense relationships with people, was lonely, became stressed. So in the boredom and in the loneliness, we explained to the person that you have to reach out. You have to reach out to your friends, and not just to your friends, reach out first to your family. They are the first support systems. Reach out to your friends. Then we expected this person to join some social activities, which they did, and volunteering again. The person did not have many hobbies, and what we asked the person to do was develop some hobbies, and this person was good at writing. And how this writing helped? Well, it served as a creative outlet for self expression and emotional processing. And this volunteering for the community activities, it built up your sense of self worth. So you have to keep on self nurturing yourself. With regard to the stressful relationships, well, conflict resolution was explained, and the first concept was self reflection. Well, what are the thoughts? What are the behaviors? What are the emotions that nag you? So that is the self reflection. Are you able to have a social support network? And this social support network is able to give you some feedback. And this feedback should be taken by some local trusted people. And after this, if the person was not able to, then we explained that there was no need for dismay because you could take professional support. However, the person was focused on that. We explained sleep hygiene. We explained cognitive restructuring to focus on the positive thought process. We explained the effective communications. And as far as the boredom was concerned, well, we said explore new hobbies because they'll be exciting. They'll give you some variety. Mix up your routine. And the time scheduling, you can change your time scheduling. Monday it can be something, Tuesday it can be something. You can have some outings. And reading books and listening to podcasts, audiocasts were also explained. Uh, Plus, the person was not having a proper definition of their priorities. So they were explained to define priorities. And because the person could not decide so many things, we said, well, break down your decision making into small parts and give yourself time that if you are not able to understand that, do I pursue this career or do I want to go for becoming an author? So you take the pros and cons. If you develop as an author, how far are you going to get? How much time is it going to take for you to publish a book? How much reward is going to be there? What are the challenges ahead? Are you having a second book with this present syllabus, with this present academic degree? How far can you go? What are your prospects? Can you go on further in that? And it is then the individual's perspective. You cannot decide. We cannot decide. So the person decides. And with respect to this the person used to get angry also. We said, well, go in for some exercise. That'll give you some outlet for reducing anger. Think before you speak. But just say to your mind that whenever I'm going to speak, I will just tell myself that I will hold off for a minute and I will just listen. And though it may seem impractical, it started working. And then that famous movie, Munna Bhai MBBS, we explained that, whenever you are angry at a person, use your humor. So you're very much angry, तो उसको डांटो मत, वो हंस दो. So with all of these, the person was able to get better, and this was the resultant, the stress profile, the stress loading really went down. So the final words, the Khoshhali philosophy says some of the main things that you have to keep in mind. जीवन एक संघर्ष है, इस संघर्ष में ही आनंद लेना है. So struggle, and as Albert Einstein said, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. So that is the very important thing. And when we talked about communication, we said the first step to communicating is silence. So the S is struggle and silence. The I is the ifs and buts, the what's ifs of life. Well, they're going to give you a lot of negative thought processes. So you have to curtail that, go in for a time-bound if and but process, but have a deadline for it and come to a decision, because these ifs and buts, if they're going to continue, they are going to lead to indecision, and then you're going to have a lot of work cut out for you. Nature, stay close. The N in sin is nature. Stay close to nature. You can get up in the morning, go for a morning walk. You can just sit in your lawn. You can just have some 8 or 10 plants in your room, and they're going to be explaining to you that you're very close to nature. So when you're close to nature, you're close to your roots. And like the inner strength and calmness is very important. And as said, nothing is perfect and everything is perfect. So that is Alice Walker for you. That is the sin. The be good. The B is the blaming game. The blaming game. Like we saw in one of the cases, the blaming game. I did not do anything. These people did it. The blaming, when we blame others, we point 4 fingers to ourselves. So ultimately, बाहर नहीं अंदर देखो, दुश्मन वही है, उस पर फतह करो. So do not blame. Once you blame, then you are very, very, you're content that, no, I didn't do it, that person did it. But when you understand that you can do something about it, then you are in a positive framework. Backups. For all the students, have a career prospect, have a lot of prospects, but always have backups. If you don't have backups, then you don't have anything to fall back on, then you're going to be in a lot of problems. The E is the enemy as a friend. The enemy as a friend. Nindak nire rakhiye. The enemy as a friend, we have people criticizing us, we have people, abusing us, and we focus on them. So when we focus on these people, we're wasting our time. And ultimately, the enemy is telling you a lot of things about yourself which you or your friends don't want to tell you. So if your enemy tells you you don't know how to speak, well, look into that. And that's why, he's your friend, because he's told you what you don't know. And when you don't know something, and you know that you don't know it, then you can overcome it. So the enemy is not an enemy, he's a friend. And the last part is the good. The good is goals. Always have goals. And these goals, along with these goals, it should be realistic. You should have backup goals. Practice gratitude. Practice gratitude. Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile, said Einstein. And the U is the update and upgrade yourself. If you're in first year, then you go into second year, then you go into third year. First year, you've read everything. But keep updating yourself, keep upgrading yourself. You've read one chapter, but there's a new book out. So update yourself. You will upgrade yourself. With regard to your resilience skills, with regard to your coping skills, with regard to your friends, well, you have 2 friends, update them, upgrade them, develop a third, develop more fostering relationships. The other you is finding yourself. This is wonderful. Self-analysis, understand yourself. What are your attitudes? How do you behave? What are your actions? And once you understand what your attitudes are, what your behaviors are, what your actions are, then you can correct them. And the D is determination. Determination, continuity with your goals. You have defined goals, continue with your goals, be kind to your mind. कोई गम नहीं, सब गेम है. कोई गम नहीं, सब गेम है. डटे रहो, जीत तुम्हारी ही है. With these words, I'd like to thank Dr. Amresh again, and I'd like to wish all the students the very, very best. And I can tell you, just step ahead, आगे बढ़ो, आगे बढ़ो, सफलता तुम्हारा इंतजार कर रही है. डरना किसी बात का नहीं है, क्योंकि हम जीवन में कुछ भी नहीं जानते हैं. तो जो अनफोल्ड होगा उसको देखते रहेंगे. हम अच्छा करेंगे, हमारे साथ अच्छा होगा. जो बुरा हमारे साथ करेगा वो भी दोस्त है, क्योंकि उससे भी हमें सीख मिल रही है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. ओवर टू यू डॉक्टर अमरेश. धन्यवाद.
Sanjay, incredible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are, some people don't change. Over 25 years, your students, number of natural and cultural methods of coping, assessment, identification, and then coping. And you have packaged the whole thing in such a so beautiful form that hats off to you. We need hundreds of Professor Sanjay Gupta.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Amresh, I just don't know how to thank you. You've started this mission. And in fact, I wanted to start this mission, but it was only you that brought this up. And really, it's never too late.
No, Sanjay, it's now official. We are registered Section 8 company under Section Indian Companies Act 2013.
And my foundation is also the Kushali Happiness Foundation.
So
and my foundation
we can have a lot of common things, but
yes.
To students, I tell you, students, and I feel so sorry for them that they refuse to listen, refuse to learn, but we are hopeful. मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि नए जमाने के सवालों का जो भी उत्तर आएगा वो नए खून से ही आना.
बिल्कुल